Big things are happening at Duncan. I mean, on the News Underground. Zio Duke in this motherfucker.
I'm down with torturing bitches and pitiful niggas can't suck my dick. Let the dirty hoes pay they dues. Look, I will be catching up deep and sleeping all down in my shoes. Drinking on crown, nigga like a pill straight from the man. They crown with the L's, they sucking on that, I hate so dope down the round.
Yo, BK, go and drop that dope in this shit.
Like, all of your hoes.
We keeping them yams for them junkies, man. The people them hoes.
Right. And creep through your hood and take all your hoes.
We keeping them yams for them junkies, man. The people them hoes.
They creep through your hood and take all of your hoes.
We keeping them yams for them junkies, man. The people them hoes.
Right. And creep through your hood and take all your hoes.
We keeping them yams for them junkies, man. The people them hoes.
Welcome everybody to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism. We were listening to Plankton 187 Creep Through Yo Hood while watching the trailer to Fitz Carlotto. Got this psychopath actor. I want to go through this guy's entire catalog. This guy's a complete psychopath. Klaus something. He's an actual psychopath. Oh my god, look at that toy. It's such a toy. Oh no, what a disaster, the toy. I wonder if they got any good gradual resizing plugins for OBS. Oh, right. So I don't have to do it manually and it doesn't have to look all shitty when I do that. Who gives a fuck? This is news. This is the news. It's okay if the news is crappy. Yeah, this guy. Klaus Kinski. I need to go through his entire catalog. He seems like a fascinating psychopath. Yankin' Fools over here, featuring 3DMG by APOC Chris. That Sound of the Underground, folks. Make sure you're buying their t-shirts, buying their cassette tapes that you don't have the device to play them on, but make sure you buy them. The gritty, real underground news. That's right. That's right. Everything you see on screen is stolen. I didn't make these clouds. I didn't buy this hat. I didn't purchase this. I stole this shit. You see this shit? I stole this mic from a child. Snatched that shit right out of his hand. Said, "Not today, Junior." Walked the fuck out of there like a badass. I walked right out of that nursery like a badass. So anyway, folks, we're going to be covering assholes today. Not the good kind either. No. Not the nice, delicious-looking ones. No, we're going to be talking about the real stinky poo-poo ones. The fascists. Welcome back in this motherfucker. It's Woke Patriot. So we're going to be talking about a big, probably 1 to 2 hours talking about right-wing fascists. We're going to be starting that off. Making sure everybody knows it's a direct threat to our freedom. Full stop. And we're also going to be, in that segment, we're going to be covering a big chunk of that's going to be about abortion starting right off, which is everyone's favorite subject. I mean, come on, right? We're going to talk about abortion. We're going to talk about religion, all the easy topic. No, we're not going to talk about religion. Fuck that shit. Going over to the U.S. after that, because the two things are basically hand in hand. If we're going to cover right-wing fascists, might as well just dip into the U.S. news. So I got some stuff, even including, we're going to start off with that really interesting Easter heist I didn't have time to cover because of all the other atrocities in the solar eclipse. Welcome back, Malum. But yeah, there was this fascinating $30 million heist, real professional, inside job, real good shit. So we're going to be covering that right at the start of the U.S. news, but then we're going to be jumping into, the usual human rights disasters and, and maybe even a couple neoliberal jabs at the neoliberals who are completely failing to stop fascists at the door. If I have time, then we're going to jump into our world news, which is, I have a fascinating video about Argentina and Milei, however you say his fucking name. Fascinating video basically saying why it looks like Milei's reforms might actually be working, which is pretty crazy. This guy's the definition of anarcho-capitalism, literally, but here's the thing though, and this is where I come in, because I'm not a shill, because I'm not a pathetic piece of shit who just wants a paycheck. I'm happy to criticize the left that completely failed Argentina. Can we talk about neoliberalism and how we need to destroy it? Right? And we can destroy neoliberalism without resurrecting Stalin and all of his goofy ass iconography. There's actually a different progressive path for the left that doesn't require, creating zombie effigies of Mao and Stalin. We can actually do socialism right and democratically. We have the moral high ground. We know we're correct. The only thing we're missing is organization. The only thing we're missing is, unifying around some simple pillars where we can all agree. You ever been to a leftist protest? Guarantee you go to a leftist protest, there's at least 10 different issues being talked about. People with signs for all different kinds of things. Anyway, so as much as this is a nightmare on the right, it's also an incredibly glaring failure of the neoliberal left. You can even call them left. It's not really quite accurate, is it? It kind of is. It kind of is. We won't get into it. I've diverged enough. Let's listen to more Bunt to Sparks. Switching it over to everyone's favorite segment. What's going on with the fascist insurrection update? Ron DeSantis, this is so out of date. What's up with the fascists? We had this up for Easter, Trans Awareness Day. You got the nuts for my 9mm, so you can buck. Oh, said the N-word, can't say it. Do some dip. All right, folks, here we go. Asshole news. Not the good kind. I wish. It's like a porn review channel. I'm sure one of them exists. I'm sure there's at least... Oh, okay. Talk about tangent. So, MSNBC milking the shit out of this. Most, mainstream neoliberal left media outlets finally coming to grips with the massive failure of Joe Biden and his selection of Merrick Garland. And just, and learning more and more about just how badly Merrick Garland has been prosecuting this, that, the idea was to start at the bottom with a bunch of the small fish and follow the money like this was some actual mafia operation. Realizing 2 years into this that he hasn't done a goddamn thing about the fascists who are, currently running the Republican Party, by the way. Mike Johnson, one of the architects of January 6th. So MSNBC coming to terms with this. We're starting to see more of this information leak out. I saw this interesting article here from Above the Law. which I think is a lawyer kind of, direct kind of for like people in the legal industry. I think that's what this is for. So I thought this was kind of interesting. Liz Di, and it sounds like Diana from Carmageddon. Oh, that's a deep cut. No one knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Special counsel asked SCOTUS to quit sitting on Trump's stupid immunity claim. Hey guys, could you stop letting the fascists win? Oh, I was busy over here figuring out how to tie both hands behind my back. Oh, there we go. Now it's going to be really, really tough for me to enact progressive policies that I promised when I was trying to get votes. Special counsel Jack Smith is once again politely tapping the horn in the direction of the Supreme Court. Oh, please do your job, you obviously corrupt court. You obviously bought and completely dominated court. Now, I understand there is a process to add more seats to this court. It's not even talked about. It's not even debated. Do we think Donald Trump wouldn't immediately start the process of adding more seats to the Supreme Court if it benefited him? Immediately, shamelessly, without debate. What are my options? What are my options? Well, there's this archaic process to add more seats to the court that hasn't been done in 150 years. Get started on that immediately. Neoliberals, ooh, I don't know. Gee, oh gosh, we're gonna hurt a legacy, guys. Oh no, it's been this way for 150 years. We can't do anything. We can't do anything. Come on, the parliamentarian said we can't do anything. It's not Jewish. That's not my Jewish voice. Reed Strader, welcome back. Reed Strader 2. Uh-oh. Did you get kicked off Kick? Well, that's quite an accomplishment. Reed Strader getting kicked off Kick. Special counsel Jack Smith is once again politely tapping the horn in the direction of the Supreme Court, urging the justices to hurry up and rule on Trump's immunity motion so he can be held accountable for interfering in the last election before running in the next one. He did this, by the way. I know. We've all been gaslight. We've all been gaslit to the point of like, I don't know anymore. He actually did this. Quote, consistent with the court's expedited treatment of this case, the government respectfully requests that the court issue the opinion and a certified copy of the judgment forthwith. Forthwith, says Jack Smith. Forthwith, says Jack Smith. I'm on fire today. Joe Biden responds to demands for change. Maybe when you're older. Exactly. Oh, well, it's okay if we lose this election. We're going to get the next election. The American people will see 4 more years of Trump. It's bad. And we'll win again. We'll get another shot. Indeed, Smith has been trying to get the court to rule on Trump's preposterous immunity claim since December, when he requested Centauri. See what I'm saying? There's no way. This is some kind of legal-focused kind of website. Before judgment and expedited review. You're not even going to tell me what that is, right? Like I'm supposed to know what the fuck that means. This sounds like a D&D character. This sounds like an RPG thing.
Certiorari.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Certiorari. Okay, I'm sorry.
Certiorari.
Certiorari. A writ or order by which a high court reviews a decision of a lower court. Okay, so it's okay. So funny. It's a very specific term for a very normal thing. Okay, so it's the order for a higher court to review a decision of the lower court. Certiorari. Oh, that is fascinating. Before judgment and expedited review, the justices refused leaving the D.C. court to bat around Trump's counsel, D. John Sauer. Leaving the D.C. circuit to bat around Trump's counsel, D. John Sauer, like a chew toy at oral arguments. Does that even matter? I mean, all this. I love all these liberal digs. It's gonna be like Mueller all over again if Trump wins. You know, there's still this arrogance, right? Like, yeah, we get it. They know they're hypocritical. They're shameless. The people that support them know that they're committing crimes. It's not really a slam dunk to point that out anymore. Commonly abbreviated CERT brief, because about half of law school grads can't pronounce it either. What, you can't pronounce Certiorari? It sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh spell. In the first few minutes, Judge Florence Pan forced the attorney to admit that, yes, he actually was suggesting that a sitting president could order SEAL Team 6 to assassinate a political rival and escape prosecution if he was not impeached for it and convicted in the Senate. So I mean, it's beyond absurd. But like I said, Trump. There's no shame. The shame is out the window. Whatever Trumpy can do, whatever path, whatever it is, it's criminal behavior. And what does our AG do? And what do these neoliberals do? The neoliberals don't even talk about the filibuster anymore, do they? They don't even talk about the filibuster. It's just it is well known. We've been defeated on the filibuster. We refuse to move on it. If you would like to read this entire article right here you go. We're gonna try to keep it moving without my goddamn tangents. Keep it fucking moving. Hey, keep it moving there, bud. All right, let's get to our super awesome, fun abortion talk. Super awesome fun time. So the reason why this is in the fascist authoritarian segment is because this nostalgia for the 1800s. Ain't that right, man? Lords and ladies, it was so much better when we all had syphilis. But I mean, yeah, speaking of the 1800s, I mean, we're going to go over the abortion thing because it's such a clear image into, you think this is going to stop with the gender? You think controlling a woman's womb, having laws to control a woman's womb won't somehow extend into the government controlling pieces of you, men around the world? Maybe they're not controlling your dick and balls. What if these psychopath, right-wingers start making people exercise because it saves them money? Right? It's one of those like weird, almost good things, right? But think about it. Would Donald Trump pass a law that says it's mandatory for you to exercise because he doesn't want to improve the healthcare system? It's actually cheaper to just make the fat asses do it by force, stick a gun in their face. Oh, that's absurd. You mean as absurd as telling a 12-year-old girl to have her rapist baby, or to tell a grown woman that a fetus in her womb has to become septic and almost kill her before they're willing to do a surgery to remove it? Is it really that crazy to force a fat guy to exercise so that the company doesn't have to pay health care for him or some shit like that, some insurance thing? You don't get enough food credits. You don't get enough food credits unless you exercise, fatty. Why enforce exercise when you can enforce death? Well, yeah, if you don't do it, you get, punished, and then smoked. I mean, I'm being fanciful. I'm making shit up. But look at what they're absolutely willing to stomp all over the liberty of women across the world, but in the United States, but it doesn't matter where. Is it really far-fetched to think that this organization of authoritarians is going to be unwilling to put a gun in your face, threaten you with lifetime jail, all kinds of incredibly draconian punishments if you don't do what they say? Look at what they're already doing to women. Death would greatly alleviate the healthcare system. It sure would. Abortions are banned in Arizona after Supreme Court upholds 1864 law. Yeah, you heard that right. If you haven't been following this, there's some factoids that are always thrown around. We'll hear it in this article, I'm sure. This was a law enacted before Arizona was a state. Apparently, it was enacted before. It was like Arizona was part of the Union. It was enacted before women could vote. And the right wing captured Supreme Court in Arizona, which is one of the states on the front lines of stealing our democracy. Completely captured by the right wing. But ironically, is that the governor is a Democrat. Because it was some, I think because of abortion, there was a really low turnout. Some weird result happened. The AG is also a lefty. Abortions are banned in Arizona after Supreme Court upholds 1864 law. Love them both. Choose life. Choose life. Says a bunch of hypocrites that have adopted 0 children. How many children do you think they've adopted in this picture? He's a grown man. He can adopt. She can adopt. She's probably a teenager. Oh, that's a grown woman right there. There's another grown man. Another grown woman and another grown man. These appear to be young. What do you think? How many children have these hypocrites adopted? The Arizona Supreme Court ruled to make abortion largely illegal in the Grand Canyon state, reinstating a 160-year-old law that forbids all procedures except those to save a woman's life. So this is what I'm talking about. According to some men, 160 years ago, a woman needs to be on her deathbed before she could be cut open and the septic dead fetus inside her is to be removed. That's exactly right, Malum. Justice John Lopez IV, writing for the court in a 4-2 split. Look at that. Look how captured that is. Only 2 people said that this is barbaric. And that's Arizona. This is what they want. This is, Steve Bannon talks about this. Heritage Fund has been working at this for quite some time. Many other right-wing groups. You capture the judges. You capture the internal mechanisms of these places. And, little foibles like, a lefty governor or something or other getting voted in. Those are surmountable, right? Of course, the Supreme Court being one of the most important elements, and really, honestly, that's been their focus. That's been their heavy focus for decades now, and they've done an excellent job at capturing Supreme Courts of the states and, of course, the Supreme Court of the entire nation. Writing in the court, a 4-2 split decision said that 2022 law allowing abortions up to 15 weeks of gestation depended on the existence of a federal constitutional right to abortion. Since the U.S. Supreme Court eliminated that right in the Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization ruling 2 years ago, that law can't overrule one first passed in 1864 when Arizona was a territory. So the right wing have successfully destroyed, the foundations of the legal precedent behind abortion. So now, if you find the right court, you find the right case. Well, it looks like this law going back 150 years is the next one that we listen to. Whatever it takes. It's what we're going to get into though in a little bit is that it's hurting them politically. It really is hurting them politically. Quote, absent the federal constitutional abortion right, and because the 15-week abortion law does not independently authorize abortion, there is no provision in federal or state law prohibiting the 1864 law operation. Accordingly, the 1864 law is now enforceable, Lopez wrote. Live, love, laugh. Welcome back, Ponder Monkey. Look, I mean, if you could get life in prison for aborting your rapist baby, why not just kill your rapist too? I don't think the right wing have really thought this through. It's like they want to set up like a Taliban-like system where they get to rape their wives, they own their wives, they get to rape them whenever they want. And it's crazy to think if you're a man with a conscience, you're a man with a heart. It's hard to imagine wanting to do that to your partner, but that's how these right-wing men think. Student debt, man, this is really what it's all about. What is with white people and the show Friends? What is the deal, huh? What's the deal with the white people and Friends? Put them in the car. What's the deal with TV sitcom? Right? Right? What's the deal? They're all white. I can't think of a single black dude on Friends. So we're gonna watch a video covering all this. You don't need to hear me attempting to read this. It's pathetic. There you go. There's the article. I got clips and shit. So love you, honey. You. Little guy's going to a class. Trump is planning to make pro-lifers scapegoat if he loses in 2024. I thought this was funny. I thought this was adorable. He's already like setting up the, you know, he's really, really good at this. He sets his lies up. He gets ahead of the lie preemptively, kind of strategically. You know, he's like, well, I might have to lie about this. I might have to lie about that. He does it like we breathe, you know. We blink, he lies. He's that good. He's really that good. Trump versus Biden both give me the ick. Yeah, no, it's the same thing, right? One side is literally trying to dismantle democracy and install an autocratic dictator. And the other side basically wants to keep the same system, the corporate, you know, neoliberal system that we have now. Same thing. It's the same thing, right? Ick. Ooh. Biden's old. I mean, I know Trump wants to be a dictator or whatever, but like Biden's like old. It's gross. Ick. Other side is supporting genocide. Last time I checked, Donald Trump said, quote unquote, finish it in the Gaza Strip. Is there some misconception that Donald Trump wouldn't support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian state? Who said that? If you think Joe Biden is bad on Gaza, boy, oh boy. Oh boy. Wait till you see your boy Trump. In the wake of Donald Trump's announcement, he thinks abortion restrictions should be decided. Yes, I have this clip right here. So let me show you this clip. Actually, it's relevant if the article is bringing it up. Right here, it's a 50-second clip. So listen to this. This is the clip the article is referencing. Welcome back, Devin.
Did Arizona go too far?
Yeah, they did, and that'll be straightened out. And as you know, it's all about states' rights. That'll be straightened out. And I'm sure that the governor and everybody else are going to bring it back into reason, and that will be taken care of, I think, very quickly.
What do you think about Florida?
Florida's probably maybe going to change also. See, it's all in what it's the will of the people. This is what I've been saying. It's a perfect system. So for 52 years, people.
So now it's all states' rights, states' rights, states' rights. States' rights, states' rights.
Wanted to end Roe v. Wade to get it back to the states. We did that. It was an incredible thing, an incredible achievement. We did that, and now the states have it, and the states are putting out what they want. It's the will of the people. So Florida's probably going to change. Arizona's going to definitely change. Everybody wants that to happen, and you're getting the will of the people. It's been pretty amazing.
Doing homework, he's talking about the the mainstream neoliberal lefties who all of a sudden are pretending to care about the Palestinians when they've been allowing the West Bank seizure to happen for decades. That's I'm pretty sure that's what Ponder Monkey's talking. So that's the clip in question. Now all of a sudden, and the reason why he's seeing this is because it's actually legitimately damaging electorally for Trump, this anti-abortion stance. It's counterproductive. It's hurting them in the polls. They're losing all over the place. There's already concrete examples of abortion being a hot button issue, and some really red areas have recently had upsets. And it's not that they don't love Trump. They love Trump and his antics. It's women who are like, yeah, no, I don't want to be owned by my 300-pound Republican husband that I put up with him and his stupidity every single day, but I don't want to make it legal for him to rape me at any time. That's absolutely ridiculous. And if you don't think that's what they want, that's absolutely what they want. They want to set up a system where a woman is not even allowed to engage the process of divorce. Right? The process has to start with the husband. So the woman is held captive, and she has to bargain with the husband to convince her, to convince him. She has to convince him to let her divorce him. I'm not lying. I'm really not making this shit up. I've been saying to drop Israel back when Bill Maher kept pushing to defend Israel. It's not about dropping Israel. It's about being consistent on human rights. And you can condemn October 7th while also condemning the decades of oppression, apartheid, domination, and violence that the Israeli government, in one form or another, has perpetrated on the Palestinian people. It's actually possible to do both things. The gaslighters and bad actors and grifters would like it to be very binary. That's that just makes their butt Hamas, and then everything is right after that. That makes it really easy to argue. So this is funny. He's, whatever. I don't need to read this. Whatever. Trump said this. Trump said that. He's apparently getting ready. He's hedging his bets. And if he loses one of the victims, or one of the movements that he's going to throw under the bus, interestingly, is the pro-life movement. What's interesting to me is that I think Trump realizes that he won't be able to replicate January 6th. It won't be a repeat of January 6th if he loses this election. There'll be some riots, maybe some riots happening outside of a Denny's, a Walmart parking lot protest gets out of hand kind of shit. I think Trump understands that these raving lunatics who support him are not going to start a civil war for him, no matter how much he threatens it. Yeah, some fool's going to be acting out for sure. Welcome back, Rebel Phoenix, Hooligan Grundy, doing homework while ADHD, Davin, Malum, Ponder Monkey, Student Debt. I don't know, man. You saying shit like both sides over here, both give you the ick. One wants to destroy your liberty. One wants to, allow Jeff Bezos to continue to exploit us, but, basically give us the human rights that we basically... understand as, that are going to be defended. Some basic humanity. Insurance companies, they can rape, they could go bananas, bankrupt you all day, but, they can't kick you out of the emergency room if you got a spear through your gut. You don't have to pull out the credit card. Just a little bit of humanity. With a shitload of corporatism, neoliberalism, versus the complete disassembly of our democracy, the most mediocre elements of our society taking control, full authoritarian control, allowed to do whatever they wish with us and our laws. Kind of the same thing, isn't it? Kind of, apples to apples there, right? You would have to be a complete fucking moron to think that. So hopefully that's not the case with student debt. Moving on to our next I don't know what this is, turd. You can call this a turd. Women wishing to not become pregnant should be exposed to Charlie Kirk. His personality and face are way more effective at preventing sexual activity and therefore pregnancy than the pill. This is according to White People Twitter. Some poster on white people Twitter, orange cone. So this is what Patriot Takes had to say. Quoting Charlie Kirk here. Charlie Kirk claims birth control screws up female brains and turns women into Democrats. Do we think Charlie Kirk believes that? You know? Do we think he really believes that? Or is he just a hack kind of trying to keep things interesting, trying to keep things, because he understands the stupid people that he's talking to. He understands the ignorant religious people that he's talking to. And, he's just trying to rile them up, speak to their language. This to me is really kind of ham-fisted, maybe. Ham-faced. Newspaper knows its readers will believe he believes it. Charlie Kirk believes in whatever will make him money. Exactly. I mean, he truly is a nihilist. And TPUSA is an extremely effective organizing tool against democracy. It's amazing to me to see the rise of this fascist organization go basically unchallenged. And of course, where do they get the money? Where's the money coming from, right? I forgot to unlance the birth control pills with vote for Democrat. Hey, how dare you? There you go. I won't dwell on this, but just wanted to show you what's going on over there. Charlie Kirk World, TPUSA. I don't think he even believes this. Like I said, I think this is like a ham-fisted kind of way that he thinks, this, maybe they'll like to hear this. But once again, counterproductive, Charlie. Counterproductive. You need women, Charlie. Sorry. You need ignorant religious women just as much as you need ignorant religious white dudes. You can't do it with just those guys. There's just not enough of them. So, yeah, counterproductive. And it's actually really interesting to me because Charlie Kirk is usually really pretty savvy about this kind of stuff. And sometimes you'll see him have a contradictory take to some mainstream Republican dogmas, from the past. It's that evangelical money. It's that the fact that these it's like, a solid couple million that vote in unison, like a hive mind. And all you got to say is abortion bad. And that's all they look for. That's all they want. You can, literally like be a polygamist. I mean, it doesn't matter. Look at Trump. What, twice divorced, 3 times divorced? Cheated on his wife on her deathbed? Fucked a porn star? So yeah, Trump might have with this wishy-washy states' rights. Trump might have lost some of them, but that's wishy-washy enough for a lot of them to convince themselves. Yeah, okay, he's still anti-abortion. He's gonna get us to the promised land once he gets in charge. We're filling in the blanks with what we want. I saw this image. I don't know how accurate this is, but it's a woman's opinion on this. On X. The best social media over there at X. It just doesn't work. It sucks, dude. It's like the worst. It's the most forced social media name ever. It sucks saying it. I hate it. Pretty sure these guys force teenage girls to take abstinence vows and then gaslight them on why they're not married. No. I mean, Malum. Spend 5 minutes, you're 100% correct. Spend 5 minutes on any right-wing social media space and you see these, these incel-style views. But anyway, I just thought this was interesting from Jenna here. 99 years is the amount of prison time a doctor in Alabama will receive if they perform an abortion. 6 months is the amount of prison time you will receive if you rape an unconscious girl next to a dumpster. Wake the fuck up. And once again, to the men of the world who are like, yeah, well, whatever. I believe in I'm assuming I'm going to go ahead and trust Jenna here and just assume that what she's referencing some recent changes. And the unconscious girl next to a dumpster sounds too specific to not be something specific. I'm just going to take her word for it. I could be wrong, but Jenna, I like Jenna. She seems all right. Wait, you think you remember that one, yeah? But I just want to warn the extreme right-wing men who are like, yeah, well, the Bible, I kind of like the idea of owning a woman. I'm twice divorced. It would have been great if my first wife wasn't allowed to leave and I could basically just hold her hostage. That would have made my life a lot easier. She would have just succumbed. She's supposed to succumb anyway. That's in the Bible. Jesus said I'm supposed to get mommy slaves and big tit goth GMs. Should be illegal for them to say no to me. When you're so pathetic, right? I mean, I'm exaggerating only a little bit. There are right-wingers. There is a contingent of right-wingers that want to not only make it illegal for a woman to, start the divorce process, but they want to, they talk, Nick Fuentes, that kind of group will talk about, legally mandated girlfriends and things like that, right? Well, it's bad for my mental health to not get sex when I want sex, so I should join ISIS. Thank you, Jenna. I just wanted to feature your words here. Thank you, Jenna. Get the words of a woman. I assume. Who knows? Who knows, right? Who knows? Fucking who knows, man? Might have been a stolen picture from some poor girl's Facebook account from 30 years ago. Who knows? I'm not going to dwell on this either, but this entire time, these bad actors, these right-wingers, these authoritarians, and let's be real, some Manchin style, blue dog Democrat style Pelosi over here. Does anyone remember Pelosi defending Democrats who were well, he's in a purple state, and so he it's okay that he's anti-abortion because he's one of the good ones. Does anyone remember that from what was that? Was that 10 years ago? I can't remember the Democrat who was in the purple state, but it was this Democrat who was anti-abortion, and Pelosi was asked about this, don't you care? And it was in Texas. You know what I'm talking about? But they lie to us. They've been lying to us this entire time. Oh, states' rights, and we don't. Rape exemptions and incest exceptions and underage exemption. We don't believe in being barbarians. We believe in human rights, that kind of stuff. No, full blown abortion bans as soon as they get the chance, and it's wildly counterproductive, and they don't care. It's really crazy. It's not working for them politically, and they're true believers. They believe their own bullshit. Somewhat lost in the debate around abortion pills and oral arguments that took place at the Supreme Court in FDA v. Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine on Tuesday was one deeply uncomfortable truth. The very notion of what it means to practice emergency medicine is in dispute. So basically, does a doctor have a right to have a religious reason to let you die? Oh, you're a harlot. My God says I'm not allowed to sully my pious hands by saving your life. You're a slut bitch. I don't like you. I want to see you die. I want to watch you die on this operating table because I'm just above it all. I'm just better than you. Literally. I'm anointed. Anyone get Trump looking right at the sun? Oh yeah, I showed that the entire time. I literally showed that. I think I still have it in my thing here. 1 second. I don't remove it. Yeah. I literally showed this the entire time. The entire time, man. You missed it. The best solar eclipse coverage on Twitch was right here at the News Underground, and you fucking missed it. Big Stefan. You betcha. The very notion of what it means to practice emergency medicine is in dispute, with anti-abortion doctors insisting upon a right to refuse treatment for any patient who doesn't meet their test of moral purity. And that isn't a hyperbole, that is a statement of fact. They want to refuse treatment for any patient who doesn't meet their test of moral purity. And if you don't, they want to watch you die. Indeed, the right assert, and we think this is going to stop with women, huh? This kind of callous behavior. This is just gonna be with chicks and stuff, huh? Indeed, the right asserted in that, in the absence of certainty about which patients are morally pure, the doctors want to deny medication to all patients nationwide. Literally death penalty. I was here on Monday for a little while and saw that. Wasn't that from the eclipse when Trump was in office? Ah, thank you, Big Stefan. And yes, that was exactly it. And actually, Joe Biden had a funny little troll thing. He went to the same spot that Donald Trump was in that picture looking up, but he was wearing proper glasses and looking up instead. Got him. That'll win an election. Thanks for the means-tested student debt relief, Joe Biden. You got him on social media, though. You got him. I'm still $60,000 in debt, student. Thanks so much, dude. I retweeted it from the library because I'm homeless. I don't have student debt because I didn't go to college. Technically I did, but I didn't last very long. These anti-abortionists should watch Unforgiven. Pretty sure treating women like property goes down well. It's not going down well for them electorally. I'm really curious to see the first murder. So like a woman gets raped. She's pregnant. She's gonna get the abortion. She knows she's gonna leave. She's gonna leave and go to a different state to get the abortion. In Texas, at least in Texas, they've already made it illegal. I think they've made it illegal, or they're debating this, but they want to make sure that you're not allowed to leave the state and get an abortion and then come back. They want to accuse you of murder if you do that. So the law is literally forcing women into a position to murder their rapists. You got me. I'm gonna get an abortion. It's happening. I'm getting it, illegal or otherwise. I don't care. I'm not having this rapist baby, so I'm getting life in prison. Well, I'm gonna take your ass out with me. That's exactly what I would do. I'm sorry, that's exactly what I would do if the law forced me into this position. Yeah. You're fucked either way. You get the fucking chair either way. Don't fucking tell me in the chat that you wouldn't at least think about it. Oh, what, you'd acquiesce, just get on your knees? Okay. I guess I'm having the rapist baby. I don't fucking think so. The entire system is forcing women into, like, isn't there a goddamn country song about this? Fancy? Isn't Fancy about this? Not exactly. About revenge? In 31 states, the rapist has parental rights to the baby, too. Fancy's a good song. About, revenge. Anyway, I don't want to read this whole fucking thing. I don't have time for that shit. But, if you want to read it, here's the link. The reason why I had it queued up is because I wanted to, just point out that they've been lying to us this entire fucking time. Every step of the way. So here are those electoral consequences that I was talking about. Let's get a link here from your boy, the Humanist Report. Tom Figurino. No, this ain't Tom. I'm sorry. Getting my guys mixed up. What's his nuts from Humanist Report? Oh, he's got a name. He'll say it. He's got a name. Tom Figurino. I'm sorry. Mike, yeah, okay. There we go. That's why I'm getting them fucking mixed up. Mike Figurino over the Humanist Report. He's got a great report here about Carrie Lake, Trump loyalist. Think. Okay, I've figured out this is the path. This is how I'm going to do it. It's not working out for Carrie. Yeah, exactly. The Ponder Monkey. Good song.
Arizona State Supreme Court.
But am I going to blame a woman in that situation for taking her rapist out before she gets an abortion and then gets the chair? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Sue me. You know what I mean? You tell a woman you get that rapist baby aborted, you've committed murder. And if you leave the state, you've committed murder. We know it. Because the rapist will oh, she's pregnant. The rapist will have to tell the state, oh, she's pregnant. If she gets an abortion, she doesn't have a baby. You get her. And the law goes, yes, sir, Mr. Rapist. Good job impregnating that woman against her will. We'll defend you to the hilt, says the law. To the rapist. Am I gonna shit on that woman? Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. I put myself in her shoes. You've fucked up. You fucked up because you've created a fucking time bomb. You put me in a corner. I get 9 months to. I get not even 9 months. Because most you can't get an abortion in the third trimester. So I got a couple months to figure out what do I do. Do I get the chair and just accept my fate, or do I go John Wick on some motherfuckers, dude? Are we gonna see pregnant women mass shootings? She's like 3 months pregnant with a fucking Uzi. Going to like a fucking men rights meeting or something. It's a TPUSA meeting. You know what I mean? Where the law is creating a crazy situation for, women that have already been victimized. Burning Bed with Farrah Fawcett, good movie. No, I've never seen that. Sounds good. All right, so let's get to it here. Enough of my bloviating. But you see what I mean? This is absurd. And what we just think, putting a human being in this position, we're not going to see some desperation. We're not going to see something crazy out of this. We're talking about women getting the fucking life in jail. And you bet there's some that want to execute. You bet there's some right wingers that are like, yeah, kill her. Oh, it killed a baby. That's the worst thing you could do in the world. It killed a baby. She was 1 month pregnant. Yeah, they already are. I believe I've reported on. It's already happened in Texas, where a woman, she left the state to get an abortion. She comes back and gets arrested for manslaughter. Oh, Reba's the best. Yo, big props to your girl, Reba. The total package. Reba's the total package. She's a great singer. She's a great writer. She's a great actress. You ever seen the show Reba? Yo, props to Reba. She was amazing in Tremors. Reba McEntire, look her up.
Court ruled that a near total abortion ban, literally from the Civil War era, can take effect. albeit in 14 days. Now, as a result, the state's Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate, Carrie Lake, is in full-blown panic mode because she's trying to feign outrage about this ruling while simultaneously purporting to be against abortion.
And a good
It's
neighbor.
bizarre, but we'll talk about her disingenuous tap dance in a moment. First, I do want to get to this decision from the state Supreme Court because it is incredibly draconian. NBC News reports the ruling allows an 1864 law in Arizona to stand that made abortion a felony, punishable by 2 to 5 years in prison for anyone who performs one or helps.
Motherfucker's name is Ballsack. His name is Bollock, which stands for testicle in the UK vernacular. Did it have to be a guy named Bollock? It literally means nut. Like nut from your nutsack. And he just told women in Arizona, the Puritans from the before Arizona was part of the Union, that they were right.
Helps a woman obtain one. The law, which was codified in 1901 and again in 1913, outlaws abortion from the moment of conception, but includes an exception to save the woman's life. That Civil War era law, enacted a half century before Arizona even gained statehood, was never repealed, and an appellate court ruled last year that it could remain on the books as long as it was harmonized with the 2022 law, leading to substantial confusion in Arizona regarding exactly when during a pregnancy abortion was outlawed. The decision, which could shutter abortion clinics in the state, effectively undoes a lower court's ruling that stated that a more recent 15-week ban from March of 2022 superseded the 1864 law. Now, as I stated, it wouldn't take effect for 14 days because this is going to be shot back to a lower court where they can iron out any other constitutional issues. But the silver lining is that the state's Democratic Attorney General, Chris Mays, has said pretty clearly she is not going to enforce this law, writing on Twitter, quote, "As long as I am Attorney General, no woman or doctor will be prosecuted under this draconian law in this state." Now, she also pointed out that this law wasn't just imposed.
So that's, props to her. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, Big Seven. I don't really know how I feel about it because this is the exact kind of stuff that I disagree with the right wing when they do it, when they step out of their jurisdiction and they, like a sheriff will not enforce a gun ban, for example. The people will vote and they'll say no more assault weapons, and the local sheriff will be like, I'm not listening to that law. I'm not going to go door to door and get out. I'm not going to do that. I don't know if I agree with that. With that said, she's a woman. She's standing up for what she believes in. Would I do the same thing in her position? Probably yes. I'd be really conflicted about it, but ultimately I would make this statement like she did. But ultimately, I do agree with her. With that said, though, this is temporary. It's very easily fixed. The reason why she's there, I think this is the result of that election. If she's the AG, maybe she was selected by the governor, who was a Democrat. So this is just very easily fixable. With one election. It's just a matter of time. It's just a stay of execution. I'm sure that what they'll try to do is try to get around the AG somehow, using every trick in the book, unlike the neoliberals who, of course, tie both hands behind their back and then run face first into a wall and ask for donations and say, congratulate me. How come you're not congratulating me?
Before Arizona's statehood during the Civil War, but at a time when women weren't even allowed to vote. And this really says a lot about.
No, and that whole concept, the theory of is unjust laws can be ignored. That whole concept is what created America. So I'm not going to sit here and disagree, with that, but I think it is kind of a razor's edge here, because what do we see? We see our democracy being subverted by partisans in the highest courts of the land who are refusing to do their duty. They know they've sworn on a book, they've done all this, but there's no checks and balances really to hold them into account, at least quick enough. And and from their opinion, that's exactly what they're doing. It's unjust to make a corporation pay taxes. Yada yada yada. Right? So, kind of a double-edged sword there a little bit. Like, how do you preserve the spirit of liberty and and all that, that American dissent and all that? How do you preserve that while also creating something great and something grand like the American experiment? Pretty tough.
About the state's Republican-dominated Supreme Court, because they long for the days when women were property and couldn't vote, and they really want to bring back the days when men had total control over the bodies of women. Now, if you vote for Republicans, you are effectively endorsing that draconian ideology. Yeah. Many of them won't say that explicitly, but their actions indicate that this is what they long for. Now, people also pointed out that this decision highlights how important...
Yeah. They're so coy. They're so coy when you debate them and drill them down on what they actually believe. Oh no, I believe in women's rights. The conversation will start with I totally believe in women's rights. What are you talking about? And it'll end with them, proudly proclaiming that they don't believe a woman should have the right to vote and that a woman shouldn't have the right to get a divorce. And shocking, the hypocrisy when it comes to some of these right-wing men and how they would prefer to treat their women.
Elections are, including attorneys general races that people usually don't pay much attention to, because Chris Mays won her last election by just 280 votes. So
maybe, okay, so she's not appointed. It's not like the AG of the nation then. So maybe this is the upset election I was thinking of right here. And yeah, look at this. What do you say? 300 votes, I think.
Including attorneys general races that people usually don't pay much attention to, because Chris Mays won her last election by just 280 votes. Had those 280 people stood home and not voted, her Republican opponent would have won and likely would have enforced this law. So the people of Arizona really dodged a bullet there. Now, we're going to get to Kari Lake in a moment, but first I want to talk about her former opponent, Katie Hobbs, who's now the governor of Arizona, who came out swinging against this decision, saying the following at a press conference.
It is a dark day in Arizona. Now.
So this is the other. Okay, this is the other woman that had a big surprise upset in beet red Arizona, where this Democrat came out. So this is that woman I was talking about.
Of Arizona, who came out swinging about her former opponent, Katie Hobbs, who's now the governor of Arizona, who came out swinging against this decision, saying the following at a press conference.
Especially locally.
It is a dark day in Arizona. Just now, the Arizona Supreme Court issued its opinion in Planned Parenthood v. Mays, upholding one of the most extreme abortion bans in the country. And while
I gotta say, getting every woman employee that they possibly can, you know what I'm saying? This is really something else. I mean, props to them. The optics are great. Just a big phalanx of women here. I love it. It's cool. I just wanted to point out the optics here.
It is currently stayed, we continue to live under an unacceptable ban, a law that still strips Arizonans of their personal autonomy and has no exceptions for women who are the victims of rape or incest or any regard for pregnancy complications. Let me be clear.
She's pissed.
Arizona's 2022 abortion ban is extreme and hurts women. And the near total Civil War era ban that continues to hang over our heads only serves to create more chaos for women and doctors in our state.
Yeah, everything she said was spot on. And I feel like the lack of exceptions for victims of rape and incest is really the cherry on top of this shit sundae, because the 16 or so states with abortion bans typically do include exceptions for victims of rape and incest. But
yeah, and they'll at the 15 week. Let me tell you, you can't even tell. 15 weeks. Sometimes you can't even tell. If my wife wasn't diligent doing pregnancy tests, she wouldn't have any idea. Like, she did not show 15 weeks in. You could not have told. You couldn't have tell. Couldn't tell. Greetings, south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. Get your ass over there and make sure you like and subscribe on that link. Click Lenny's name. Click that follow. You won't be disappointed. If you want to see the rest of this report from excellent Mike Figurino and the Humanist Report, doing what I'm doing, but, you know, better, right? Like, more smarter. Make sure you check that out. Oh, what the fuck? What a boo! Boo! Sorry, folks. MSNBC has been covering this, you know, because it's one of the few things that you know, they can cover without any kind of adding too much spin to it. Arizona AG says she won't prosecute women, doctors under draconian abortion ban. So, I mean, we basically just got the information. We don't need to cover. We don't need this one. Bye. Bye, Chris. We're good. Thanks. Yeah, so I think that's it. That's the end of my abortion stuff. Yep. That is the end of my abortion stuff. But I do, before we get to this segment here, let me do this real quick Rachel Maddow segment, because I thought this was actually pretty good. This one's about student debt relief. Wanted to point out that we had a person in our chat, you know, lovely person who I absolutely adore, but sometimes says really crazy things. And they said, you know, and it like perfectly encapsulated like the right-wing mentality around student debt, which was like, well, students, you know, they sign the contract and, you know, they should have to pay up every penny. Doesn't matter if it's a bank, doesn't matter like if it was predatory, they should have known better. You know, it doesn't matter if there's really not much of a choice, because there's, you know, where do you get the money otherwise? You know, you didn't get a scholarship. Maybe you don't live close to a local place, you know, there's a million reasons. There's a million reasons why you can't do like a public school. So you should have to pay up. You know, doesn't matter if the interest rates are insane, doesn't matter if if they ripped you off, you know, every step of the way. They, you know, charge you quadruple rates for dorm rooms and unbelievable prices on the books and all this and that. And none of that matters. You signed on the dotted line. You got to pay up. You got to pay up. You know, and like that, there's a purity to that, right? I get that. At the same time, though, like, you know, as I was explaining, a lot of these loans are predatory. A lot of these loans have to be, there's really no choice. If you either take these loans on to get an education, or you don't get an education, which was kind of the situation I was in. I certainly didn't have any scholarships. Oh, yeah, I barely passed high school. Not really because of my intelligence, but because of my behavior. The teachers were always shocked at how intelligent I was. That really wasn't the issue. It was the behavior. I was actually hired by my high school to work on their computers, because I was the only computer literate person in the entire region, I guess, besides the one guy that they hired. What did I do? Oh, just fights and outrageous behavior to the teachers. You know, I just completely lost my mind at that point. After a breakup with a girlfriend, it was just I was a hot mess my senior year. We'll just say that. But anyway, I disagree with that mentality. I disagree with this, you signed on the dotted line, you signed the contract, so you have to pay every penny, regardless of how predatory it is, regardless of, you'll never, the debt hanging over you will prevent you from making the kind of money that you need to actually pay it off. It's like a perpetual debt cycle. And Joe Biden, when he was asking for votes, I'm gonna forgive all student debt, or every student's gonna have a portion of their debt. Of course, once he gets into office, it's mean tested to oblivion, to where he was only able to relieve about 70,000 students got their debt relieved, and those were students that were on the highest of the priority list because they were they did some public service. So it was like I totally agreed with the decision to make them the top priority. But Joe Biden said he was gonna do everything for students, and what he delivered was kind of a silent fart. Oop, oop. I help some people. I help some students. Of course, Rachel Maddow isn't going to talk about that, but she is going to talk about, okay, because we were talking about both sides, right? Ooh, Joe Biden gives me the ick. He's old and stuff, right? There's no real difference between what him and what the right wing will do with student debt, right? I mean, it's just basically going to be the same thing. Would you believe that that's not the case?
Republicans are suing over and over again in multiple states. Republicans are suing to make sure that Americans have to pay more in student loans, to make sure that you have to pay more interest to banks on your student loans.
Stefan, you're
That
totally
is what
correct.
they are offering America in this election year. Isn't that what America most needs?
Yeah.
For banks to make more money off people who took out loans to go to college?
I mean, not even like, okay, you need to be held to the original terms and all that. But no, like they should be allowed to charge more, to exploit you more, to further capture you with that debt. The Republicans want to make it even harder for you to pay back that debt.
Isn't that really, morally, isn't that a real justice issue for America? Everything is so personality driven, and the way we talk about politics, it sometimes just doesn't get covered. But what the Republicans are offering.
It's ironic. She's talking about, she says that when I don't think I've ever heard Rachel Maddow utter a single criticism at the neoliberals for their god-awful political strategies that has them neck and neck, literally neck and neck, with an autocratic fascist. It was pretty ironic that she talked, oh, everybody's so personality-driven. Yeah, we know, Rachel.
In terms of policy right now, what they're actually doing in places where they have power, it's all stuff like this.
Yes, she's right, though.
I mean, they really are trying desperately in a concerted effort across multiple Republican-controlled states.
Yes.
They are trying as hard as they can to make you pay more to the banks for your student loans.
Yes.
Republicans.
No, and like, the right-wingers, they get in the chat, right? Best economy ever, best economy. Oh, my life is going to get so much, everything's going to, nebulous promises about, no, dude. They are actively working with the oligarchy to fucking make your lower class, middle class life even harder, even more expensive than Joe Biden. No way, he did that. I saw the sticker. It was pointing at the gas price. He did that. And the reason why the argument works, and this comes back to the neoliberals, is that they're so bad at governing. They've gotten so comfortable to, with this set expectations low and go even lower and continue to lean to the right, Clintonian 1990s dusty ass strategy. They don't want to leave it alone. Let's open schools at top salt mines, make students work there for their education. Well, yeah. We should, it's interesting you say that, because what do the Republicans want to do? What do the assholes want to do? They want to bring back child labor. This is a great link from your boy Woke Patriot. Thank you, Woke Patriot, in the Discord. Many Americans who recently bought guns open to political violence, says the survey. I don't know where the survey is from. There's that, I think this is appropriate to bring this up, but I'm really looking forward to that new movie, Civil War, coming out. I don't know if you've seen the new trailers, but looks great.
All of America. Critics are raving about the movie event of the year.
It is American, 100%. That's what I'm talking about.
Cool.
Yeah, so I don't want to get in trouble, A24, but make sure you check it out. Check out this trailer here. There's a fantasy amongst the right wing about, well, we have the power, we have the balls, we have the arms, we have the organization, And we ultimately have the people on our side because truly, the American people, once they realize that we're fighting for their liberties, and once they realize how, once they've, come to realize just how bad Joe Biden is, and how much he's destroyed America, and, now he's forcing, every, fantasy they can come up with. Who are they going to have a civil war with? I mean, it's a great question. You know what I mean? So it's like, I think if the economic situation doesn't change at all, from where we are right now, the kind of civil war that we'll see is, this kind of slow creeping, authoritarian takeover of our democracy. But if we were to have like a real economic crisis, then we might see something similar to that movie that I just showed the trailer there, Civil War. It's basically about, it's like 13 states secede, and then they try to form a new, a separate country, and then the United States Army fights against them, but then there's a split in the United States Army. Some agree with the separatists, some don't. So there's all this, right? I think it would require a severe economic situation for that to actually happen. One thing that makes this such a hard thing to fight against is how hard it is to even conceptualize what's happening. You know what I mean? It's so wonky in some places. It's so confusing. The gaslighting is so good. And the fact is, everyone is in the lap of luxury right now. I mean, yeah, we have to pay more for groceries, and we have to pay more for everything. And, we a lot of us don't have houses. But hundreds of millions of Americans, got a roof over their head. They get to enjoy entertainment. They get some kind of semblance of a life after their grueling 9 to 5. But take away those luxuries. Take away those final bits of sanity, right? The little cups of coffee, the 6 to 8 hours you get to spend, fucking around by yourself every day, Take those things away. You do an excellent job. Thank you, sir. Excellent? I don't know, dog. I don't know. I do something. I do hit start stream. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at here, is that a small double-double? No, it's not. I don't get the double. That's too much fucking sugar. Too much cream. I get 1 cream, 1 sugar. 1 cream, 1 sugar. It's still too sweet. You're insane. It's cheap coffee. What do you want from me? Everyone's got an opinion. Anyway, but the reason why I'm talking about all that is because there's a fantasy amongst the right wing that, we're gonna, it's just like January 6th is gonna go get to popping. And if you look at January 6th and the makeup of that, it was a lot of people that could afford to be there. It wasn't the the real, arsenal building, gun-toting psychopaths. I mean, they were represented, of course. There was guns even there. But you know what I mean? Like the real ride or die. You know what I'm talking about. They couldn't afford to go. They couldn't afford to go. The only ones that could afford to go had like mommy money, or they had a business. We saw several business owners lose their business because they had to go to jail. That one lady that I think she ran a tanning salon, her daughter turned her in. But anyway, there's a fantasy amongst the right wing that they're going to be able to unify, and and what will happen though, if the economic situation doesn't change, will be messier. It's not going to be so simple, because we don't need to shoot guns if there's no resistance. If the law changes and then everyone just goes along with the law, it's a quiet coup. It's a bloodless coup. And that's kind of the trajectory that we're on right now because of a multitude of factors affecting society, yada, yada, right? We could get into that. Anthropology, yada, yada. What are the motivations, like the Stockholm syndrome, right? The apathy of the left, yada, yada. But that's kind of the trajectory that we're on right now. This kind of bloodless, quiet acquiescence. Like, I mean, look at it. If you want kind of a little taste of what that looks like, take a look at the Joe Biden administration and immigration, and in fact, take a look at Britain and immigration. Well, being humane is hard and expensive, and it's messy, and we have to organize, and it doesn't work sometimes, and we look bad. Isn't it easier to just build a fuck off wall and just let people starve on the other side and forget all the bad stuff? It's kind of acquiescing to this right wing idea of immigration. I kind of feel like that's the trajectory we're on. That we're not going to have this big, messy civil war. The left shoots back. It's going to be too late. The police will be captured. The military will be captured. Sure, there'll be little pockets of resistance, Antifa, the ones with the big clanging balls, that currently push back. But yeah, Davin, and normies on the left and normies on the right. Normies on the left are not going to civil war to get their rights back. Look at abortion. Oh well, that sucks. We'll get them next time. Kind of mentality. So I'm scared by this. I'm worried by this. But in the current trajectory of things, I don't see a big messy A24 civil war. Bang bang bang, shoot 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 shoot, bang bang bang. I see a pathetic. I see a pathetic acquiescing to authoritarian control. There has to be a tipping point. There does have to be some kind of moment, some kind of flashpoint, where this authoritarian government goes way too far, some kind of crackdown of some sort against something, ridiculous, people who say shit on social media, or like a hashtag crackdown, right? Like there's a really popular hashtag that people are like, free, live free, live free hashtag. And then the United States decides anyone who shared that hashtag gets arrested across the entire country. That's something Trump would do. Arrest all of them. All of them. He has full control. What stops him? I mean, use your imagination, people. These fascists are great at using their imagination. You kidding me? They live in a fantasy world. Moving on to our next crusty asshole. It's your boy, Cuck Cruz. Oh, what? What? Yeah, no. Yeah, my wife's ugly. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. How hard should I pump, sir? Should I get the tweezers? Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Apparently, Ted Cruz is shitting his pants over how close his Democratic opponent is to beating him in November. So this is one of those concrete examples that I was talking about, how we've already seen, different elections for different reasons, early elections, midterm, mid-cycle elections, mediocre Republicans drifting into prison land. They have no idea what, they just think, all the brown gay people are going to go away, and then they're going to make it legal so I can shoot my gun in the air again. Woo! Freedom. It's the freedom for those that are already incredibly powerful to continue to exploit us. That's the freedom that they're going to get. The freedom for Jeff Bezos to go all the way with the broomstick. Right to the bristles. Human rights but damned. Well, that's freedom. I walk like I'm a scarecrow, but that's freedom. So yeah, this is what I'm before I kicked into a tangent here. This is what I was talking about before. They're already seeing the really, really nasty effects of cutting out tens of millions of voters, making it just totally impalpable, unpalpable, whatever the word is, for women. Yeah, honey, who'd you vote for, bitch? Oh, I voted for Trump, honey. Don't worry. I love Trump. Trump all the way. That's right. Yep, Trump. Just 5 more years and he's going to die of a heart attack. Do you want another triple bacon cheeseburger, honey? I made extra bacon. You want me to just whip up? Yeah, give me another one, bitch. I own you now. You can't get divorced from me. I'm the alpha. I'm the alpha, bitch. I know, honey. Yeah. Peak of our species. What were we talking about? I want one. You want a husband like that? That sounds like fun. I want to be that guy's sex slave. So we got another great one here. Humanist Report. Mike Figurino taking an opportunity to shit on Ted Cruz. Let's have a listen. Yeah, that's the... Thank you, Lenny, bringing us right back to the topic. Appreciate it. Excellent. Yeah, so that's, concrete. It's already hurting them. They don't fucking care. I mean, it really is this kind of razor's edge, Millennium Falcon, escaping, as the jaws of the worm are closing, they're like, if we can just hit that authoritarian button on 2024, then we don't have to worry about democracy anymore. We don't have to worry about, getting votes and making people happy. It's this weird gamble. It's this weird fucking mad dash.
My opponent, a liberal Democrat named Colin Allred, is outraising Beto O'Rourke, my last opponent, 3-1. They're flooding millions of dollars into Texas. And the reason is simple. You remember my last reelect? It was a 3-point race. I won by 2.6%.
Yeah, because you're shit. You're a flaky turd.
Ted Cruz is sweating right now because the race between him and his Democratic opponent, Colin Allred, is a little bit too close for comfort. Now, I think that his internal polls may be painting a bit more of a bleak picture than state polls because it admittedly doesn't look that bad for him. As you can see, he does have a comfortable lead in most polls, although some polls do show that they're tied.
See what I'm talking about? Everyone, no, it's both sides. Oh, I don't really want to participate. It's working. Just as much as the right are shedding all kinds of women voters because of abortion and, a couple other reasons. There are some people who are disgusted with Trump on the right. Not as many as some think there are, but that does exist. But it's the apathy of the left. I don't know what it's going to take, man. I don't know, I don't have friends anymore. Okay. I don't, I've been the elephant in the room for so long. I'm just an elephant standing in a room. There's no one else here with me. I'm just an elephant standing here, crapping myself. Just a big pile of dookie in the elephant. There's no one else I can, Why do you think I'm shouting into the void right now? Why do you think I put a camera in front of my face? I can't lose any more friends. I'm done. I'm gone. I don't have any more. But the left doesn't care, man. They just don't fucking care. I don't know. Be a mammoth, not an elephant. I'm trying to do, but this is. What does he got to do? What is what kind of dump does he have to take in your cornflakes, lefties, to just show up to vote? I'm too busy. Oh, the excuses. I swear to God. If your average lefty was as good at politics as they were at making excuses, this wouldn't even be a problem. It's yeah, and look, I get it. Blame the voter, right? Just vote blue, just vote blue. No, there's more nuance to what I'm talking about, but how do we get over this? You know what I mean? We live in the lap of luxury. There's no real, yeah, sure, things are kind of more expensive. Like I said, life has definitely gotten harder since COVID, and things are definitely going to get harder. But it's that, I hate to use that analogy of the boiling the frog, but it's really, it's inaccurate. It's not real, but the best one I can come up with. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's happening slow. We get our entertainment. We still get the Soma, from Brave New World. We still get some of that. So it's like, it's just easier to kind of keep your head down. I don't know how to break through that. I really don't, man. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Sex? Do we get sex? We should use sex more? Sell it with sex? I don't know. I don't know, man.
But when you factor in how Democrats have been overperforming
No,
polls
Father
lately,
Dari, no. See what I mean? No, that's not, no. Actually, would you believe, Father Dari, that that's not the case? Sure does feel like it sometimes, right? It feels like because all the victories of the right. But no, Father Dari, you're actually incorrect. Majority opinion in the United States is that women have rights. But why is it neck and neck then? Why is it neck and neck? And then we show a poll here, which a poll from Gallup, they still call people with a landline, but they're not represented. The left isn't up. They're ignored, and they can be ignored because they're not voting. So that poll, yeah, okay, I believe. I don't even need to see it. I refuse to believe that the majority opinion in the United States from women is that men have control over my womb. But it looks that way because we're all fucking asleep. The whole fun, I don't even like to get phone calls. I don't even answer my phone. Ooh, if it's a text, I don't know. We're so antisocial. We're so anxious. We need to be lions. We need to be, aggressive and angry. And we're placid and pacified.
Those ties look a bit more alarming. Furthermore, when you look at the results from 2018, he only won by 2.6 points, as he pointed out in that video. So when you take into consideration Colin Allred's massive fundraising numbers, it begins to look pretty bad for Ted Cruz. And he knows it looks bad, which is why he's getting desperate. So much so that he's practically begging for money now on Fox News, then running said video of him begging as an ad on Twitter. For example, he's been running this ad on Twitter for weeks now.
I'm right now, as you know, in a very tough re-election race in Texas. The Democrats' Chuck Schumer has made clear I'm his number one target. The Democrats intend to spend over $100 million to defeat me in Texas. We just had a poll last week that showed it as a one-point race, and yet we can expect Mitch again not to spend any money to defend me, which means the only way that we hold on is if the folks watching this show go to tedcruz.org right now, go on.
Is he talking about Mitch McConnell? This is an old clip. Why is he using such an old clip?
Online to tedcruz.org, make a contribution of $5, $10, $25, $50, $100, because my race, my support is not from the big money special interests in Washington, D.C.
I know you're disgusted, right? The little bile in the back of your throat. Well, you know what? It works. It works. This shilling. Lefties don't financially support our political movements, do we? Once a year, we got a list. We're kind of tight-lipped about it. There's a few things we like to, maybe once in a while. Saints like Lenny over here cracking open their wallet more than often, right? But Republicans, I got $10, Ted Cruz last night. Okay, money. Oh, Trump needs some more money. They'll give it up. They understand. They understand money. They understand the power of money.
D.C. It is from constitutional conservatives across the country who go to tedcruz.org and who help give me the resources to withstand $100 million from these left-wing country.
Just nothing screams desperation like cutting up a Fox News appearance as an ad. Just Amazing.
Yeah, no, wow, slam dunk. You got him, Mike. Yeah. No, how come the left isn't doing that? How come the left isn't going on, Meet the Press and talking about how we need single-payer health care today and then cutting it up and putting it on social media? How come? Why? I don't know. It reeks of desperation. What are you talking about, Mike? It works. He probably made what? He probably made like $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 from that. I don't know. Smug lefty bullshit. Make sure you like and subscribe, though. Mike Figurino's the best. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. He's great. But, I don't agree with him on everything. Slam dunk? What? How embarrassing. What? That he proselytizes himself? Got him. Okay. RNC's new leaders admonished by Trump campaign after purge backfire. So this is interesting. This is what I was talking about. Ted Cruz talking about Mitch McConnell not giving me any money. It's like, well, the RNC is now run by fascists, MAGA fascists, who are gutting the entire thing to funnel as much money into Trump as possible. Would you believe it's not working out? Would you believe that that's not a sound strategy to win elections? So, on top of the abortion issue, we got this, every opportunity, money going right to Trump's lawyers. Oh! But no, listen to this. Republican National Committee is experiencing a host of problems in the wake of its takeover by allies of Donald Trump, causing his campaign to privately admonish the RNC's new leaders over their performance. How come when you gutted the institution and gave me all the money, how come it's bad now? That's your fault. You suck. You suck. It's your fault. Literally. Now insiders are saying the MAGA takeover of the RNC has partially backfired, and the consequences will be far-reaching. All I can do is smile at the news of this. Do you understand the evil the RNC has done to the world? You know what I mean? Do you understand the pure evil that has come from this conglomeration of despicables? I'm sorry. Hillary Clinton doesn't own that word. She doesn't own that word. I'm going to take it back. 2024. Take it back, despicable. She's going to be 20 years in the ground. We still can't use that word. She poisoned that word. How do you do that? Hillary Clinton, man. After the 2024 election, the GOP will be powerless and bankrupt. It's Trump style. But that's what I'm saying. This mad dash doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't matter if you're going to shatter everything. If you're going to shatter the status quo, you're going to shatter the democracy. There we go, kissing Gonzo. How deplorable. I didn't even think of Hillary Clinton 100 times when you said that. So listen to this. Just days after the organization's new chair, Michael Whatley, and new co-chair, Laura Trump, were elected, entire teams, this is great, entire teams were informed by email that they could reapply for their jobs or else be terminated. So they had to, they had to reapply. They had to redo the application process. In their subsequent job interviews, the staffs were reportedly asked questions such as whether they thought the 2020 election was stolen, an attempt to weed out anyone who was not completely loyal to Trump. And they continue to be Republicans. They continue to be right wing after they'll leave. Some people said, I'm too, this is unbelievable. But I'm going to continue to vote for Trump. I mean, obviously, pathetic. According to a new report from The Guardian, some staffers who had previously been on crucial teams refused to return and serve under the RNC's new MAGA leadership, leaving the organization, quote, without people with deep knowledge of election operations at the Republican Party's Central Committee and who were willing to work for salaries far lower than what they could earn in the private sector. The people who knew what they were doing, had the connections, they had the filled Rolodex, they were working for peanuts, they were doing this to spread fascism. They're part of team. This is when I talk about my 3-step program and I talk about the fascists that are putting in the work. This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about. I'll gladly work for peanuts if it means, you know, the authoritarian dominance of the you know, United States. Now it's looking like the Trump takeover of the RNC has done some damage, leaving the organization's data team lacking crucial talent. Data team, huh? Interesting. Also upsetting staffers were the questions posed to them as they reapplied for their jobs. Some thought that being questioned over their beliefs about the 2020 election showed that Trump's allies would always have a target on their back. Gee, guys. Oh, I don't like it when I don't like it when the monster we've created attacks me. This hurts. This sucks. Oh, I don't like this. Quote, the internal strife at the RNC has prompted the Trump campaign to privately admonish its new leaders in recent weeks, The Guardian reported. Hey, how come you suck now? You gave me all your money, you gutted everybody, you did a purge. It's nothing but Trump loyalists. Anybody that was competent left at my command. You did this at my command. How come you suck now? What's up with that? You're fired. You're fired. I love saying it. Nevertheless, as The Guardian points out, Trump had his best fundraising month this year after his RNC takeover. You know what I mean? From rubes, from suckers, from the poorest of the poor. From some of the worst people that you've ever met in your life. Happy to hand over 20 or 30 bucks. And like, it's like, money makes the world go round. We're not gonna change that by sitting on the sidelines and not participating and waiting for a magic revolution to install the magic system that we all agree with. Trump had his best fundraising month this year after his RNC takeover, pulling in over $65 million in March, giving Trump, the RNC, and their shared accounts over $93 million in cash, effectively narrowing the money gap with the President Joe Biden's campaign. Of course, you should go out to vote, but voting's not enough. And, man, I just don't even know what to say, you know?
When I'm reelected.
Quote unquote Christian, moving on to the next segment here. Quote unquote Christian Trump calls immigrants animals, not people, sick, monsters, and poison. This person from Interesting as Fuck here says this is Nazi rhetoric. I guess I'll let you be the judge of that. Let's not forget all of the elements in American life that support this man. And they support financially, and they vote, and they tell their friends, and they tell their kids, and they tell everybody that wants to hear them on social media. This is what I agree with. This is what I want. You can't separate politics from people when politics represents this.
When I'm reelected, we will begin, and we have no choice,
Lenny's correct,
the largest deportation operation in American history. And the largest deportation operation in American history. Years, and if you call them people, I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion.
Do you think the average rural, southern, red state farmer wants to see all immigrants deported?
Opinion, but these are animals, okay? You know, where
vote.
people are coming from countries that you've never heard of, languages that nobody in this country speaks. We have languages that are like from the planet Mars. Nobody knows how to, you know, speak it.
They're destroying our country. They're destroying the guts of our country.
We're taking in people that are very, very sick with diseases that
will be spread all over our nation. But we're going to start on day one with deportation. We have no idea who they are, but they are terrorists. And within moments of my inauguration, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history. Our country is being poisoned. We're really being poisoned. They talk about the beautiful dream of migrants. It sounds so nice, you know, like in a fairy tale book. But some of these people are monsters, a big percentage of.
Why do you...
Yeah, a fairy tale book. You know, like the poem at the base of the Statue of Liberty. You know, one that talks about shining city on the hill, you know, letting the sick, the poor find refuge. That fairy tale, right? It's like Mother's Grimm, right?
Percentage of.
Why do you use words like vermin and poisoning of the blood? The press, as you know, immediately reacts to that by saying, well, that's the kind of language that Hitler and Mussolini used.
Well, that's what they say. I didn't know that, but that's what they say. Because our country is being poisoned. We have countries that, honestly, nobody has ever heard of. We have languages coming into our country. We don't have one instructor in our entire nation that can speak that language. When I'm reelected,
the people that support Trump support this.
And then
you don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose. Not with such direct statements like that. And I don't believe him. That's the other thing. He's like, oh, largest deportation in history the second I'm in office. No, he's not. Someone's going to walk up to him and say, sir, well, that would so dramatically affect our agriculture that there might actually be a famine. You know, we would, our exports of agriculture and you know, it would completely fucking ruin everything. I don't know if you want to start day one with a half-cocked plan that would completely demolish our entire agriculture system. Ooh, maybe that's not the best idea. Ooh, I don't know. Maybe I'll come up with a better one. Ooh, I just needed to get in office. Well, I mean, Biden agrees with the wall. Biden didn't demolish the wall. He reinforced it and finished it. I don't know what they're, you know, how are these, you know, I always ask this to these guys in the chat, right? That you know, that bring it up, that unironically bring it up. But it's like, what is getting rid of these brown people? What is that going to do for you? You know? Like 1-to-1. 1-to-1. Like, give me a scenario where your life was negatively impacted because of these people coming in. Right? I got to pay more taxes, or I mean anything. Like, oh, they're criminals, they're rapists. Statistically, they commit less crimes than regular citizens.
Donald.
Running out of time for my the answer is not pretty. Right. I have time to finish this. Just want to get to my U.S. section here. Charges reportedly, quote unquote, imminent in Arizona fake electors case. GOP congressman subpoenaed. So, you know, 3.5 years later, Merrick Garland and, the court, the legal system that is doing everything it can to delay, you know, prosecution on these real cases. You know, whatever. If you're like a schmuck, you know, like an Ashley Babbitt, okay, whatever. Throw you under the bus. Yeah, we're not gonna bend over backwards to, you know, keep you out of jail. But, you know, if you wear a suit and you have a little R next to your name, oh well, then you should be, you know. I mean, look at what happened to George Santos, man. He got invited back to the State of the Union, the last State of the Union. Kicked out of the office in shame gets invited back, rubs elbows with Matt Gaetz and the rest of them. If you can just lie and convince a bunch of bozos to vote for you, you can apparently be totally above the law. Last time I checked, sedition is actually one of the highest crimes you can commit in America. Mike Johnson, stone cold guilty of sedition, gets to run the entire Republican Party like it ain't no thing, dude. Has he even been interviewed by the FBI, intelligence, anybody? Any cop, any detective? Got even 5 minutes alone with Mike Johnson? But we are seeing some of these fake electors. If you're not sure what the hell a fake elector is, they literally, this is the part of the electoral college process is, people make their vote, and then the state has to do some shit, and then they send the results, to Washington or whatever. But what they did was they're like, okay, Biden won Arizona, and they said, no, he didn't. And they lit like a Word document version of this supposedly official document, supposedly representing the people. And they sent that, and they all signed it. And then they sent that up and said, oh, this is the legitimate. And they were stone cold busted. Stone cold busted. Lenny, no! Lenny over here. Lenny with the big merch purchase. Thank you, Lenny. Bought himself a DCHX Nihilist collab t-shirt. I got to get more cool t-shirts, but this is a cool t-shirt. Check it out, folks. It's a cool t-shirt. Lenny, you can't wear this in public. He's got a crack pipe in his mouth. Thank you, Lenny. Big props to Lenny. Thank you so much. For all you base heads out there. Thank you, Lenny. I don't know what to say, man. You're the #1 financial contributor to the stream. Thank you so much. Not to belabor it, just to get back to the subject so I don't lose everybody, but thank you so much again, Lenny. God, I don't even know what to say. Thank you. So these guys are stone cold busted. They put their name on a fake document, and then they sent it fraudulently saying, this is the results, this is what happened. And they were stone cold busted, dude. They put their name on the paper and everything. And the paper itself is a fraud. They knew it from the very beginning. They all knew it. They're claiming ignorant. Oh, I didn't know. I thought I was part of the legitimate process. I didn't know I was part of an illegitimate process. Not true, not true, not true, not true. All this evidence coming out that they were 100% aware that they were committing a crime. And maybe we're seeing a little bit of justice. Maybe. Take a look. Once again, big props to Lenny, folks. God damn, Lenny. Damn it. Why are you so awesome? What do I do with this? What do I do with this?
Donald Trump may have stalled the federal criminal trial related to his 2020 election subversion, but state investigations into the fake electors plot are moving right along. Despite recent setbacks, the Fulton County, Georgia case against Trump and his allies and fake electors is still alive. In Nevada, a grand jury has indicted 6 fake electors. Michigan's attorney general has filed charges against 16 fake electors.
This is good news.
And now Politico reports Arizona attorney general.
This is a little ray of sunshine in a septic tank, filled with roadblocks.
Chris Mays appears close to announcing indictments in the investigation in her state. Kyle Cheney reports that Mays has subpoenaed 2 Arizona Republican congressmen, Andy Biggs and Paul Gosar, 2 of Trump's most loyal congressional allies, to testify before a grand jury. Now, remember, Both of those men attended a strategy.
Yeah, no, he looks like this. This is kind of his resting face. This is what he looks like when he's taking a hot shower. You know, when he's sinking into a nice hot tub. This is the face he has.
Meeting at the White House prior to January 6th to discuss how Vice President Mike Pence could block the certification of election.
It looks like a, you know, like he's like, you know, kind of leaning over, you know. But no, this is him. This is what it looks like. It's normal. By the way, he wants to run your life. He wants to tell you what to do from ship to stern. He wants to tell you from wake up to go to sleep. He wants to run your entire life. This fella too, but I just hate Gosar so much.
Results. Both Biggs and Gosar also voted to overturn the 2020 election results after the attack on the Capitol. Joining me now is Kyle Cheney, senior legal affairs reporter at Politico. Kyle, thank you for being here. I feel like this is a very interesting turn of events. Now, give me your expectation about Biggs and Gosar actually cooperating with this subpoena. And could you tell us what else you know about the level of seriousness with which the AG in Arizona may actually be pursuing them?
And remember, the AG in Arizona is currently standing up for women's rights, and she just said she refuses to enforce that abortion ruling. So maybe she has a problem with treason, unlike your average right winger.
Just in the big picture sense, it would not shock me if we saw charges in this investigation as early as next week. We understand it's fairly imminent, but you know, this is kind of a sleeper case.
This is 4 days old. This clip.
We don't really know, is the AG purely focused on the false electors themselves, or is she looking at a level or two beyond them, you know, stretching into the Trump campaign, the Trump White House, and now as we see these two members of Congress who, yes, they played a role in what happened in Arizona, but they're meeting with Donald Trump too. They're meeting with people in the national scope of this. So we don't quite know what she views as how wide her aperture is, and whether she views people like that as targets or not, and whether people like Biggs and Gosar would comply with a subpoena like that. They have legal options to fight that, and we don't know. We don't have a lot of insight into whether they're employing those.
Yeah, I mean, I would say one of the enduring mysteries of the January.
I'm curious now, since this is 4 days old and it's Monday. It's actually Monday. It's a Wednesday. Gosar. Let me just type Gosar into fucking Gosar Biggs subpoenaed. House votes to censor Gosar over violent video. Okay, so it looks like we don't have any. Whoops, no, I didn't want that one. This week. Classical music. Oh, Gosari, interesting. But it looks like we don't have anything, any latest news. So it's still unsure. Okay. Well, I'll be following up on that. I didn't want to show the whole clip here, but we might be getting some justice. I don't know. You tell me what justice looks like anymore in this topsy-turvy world. But there you go. There's the link for the rest of this report if you want to see it. Thank you again, Lenny, for your wonderful contribution. Combat training for election workers? ? Arizona braces for Trump-addled election deniers. So this is, you know, it's a multi-tiered strategy. It's a well constructed strategy. It's a well-funded strategy. You know, Steve Bannon talks about it. We got TPUSA and Charlie Kirk talking about it. Heritage Fund. And there's like 1,000 other, you know, Freedom, you know, Freedom Inc. and, you know, I Love Freedom and Patriot Freedom, you know, organizations that are using every trick in the book, legal or gray, or in that gray area. And this is one of those gray areas where on the surface, if you're not paying attention, you're like, well, yeah, what's wrong with election integrity? What's wrong with, you know, having someone next to a ballot box to make sure that they don't, you know, stuff a bunch of fake ballots and be all illegal and stuff? Why would, you know, what's wrong with all that? I don't know. I don't really pay attention anyway. Back to my pleasure-filled life, you know, in between my grueling work sessions. What this is an intentional intimidation tactic that is more effective than you would believe. Because it's like, well, I mean, no one in this chat is, scared of, some MAGA hat wearing, belligerent guy standing next to the box that I put my paper in. If anything, that'd make you chuckle, it'd make you laugh, right? And you're not going to be intimidated. Well, that's not the case for some people. And especially if those people are, and they try to do it if it's legal, if they can get away with it. They'll try to wear their gun, a scary gun. They'll try to wear their military fatigues. They'll try to dress as if they're 5 minutes away from a mass shooting that they're about to commit. And that's intentional. And it does work on some level. And at the very least, what it does, it adds this layer of antagonism, to the voting process. It adds this stressful element to the voting process, and it is effective. This is a tyrant tactic that goes way back, way back. Intimidating people at the polls and all that. We see it in Russia today. We see it in all kinds of cases. But this is actually some real old school shit. And what have Republicans done in Arizona? They've loosened the laws. They've made it easier under the guise of, voter integrity and vote integrity and all that. They've made it easier for the right wing to cosplay as mass shooters and intimidate people who are participating in their democracy. Have a look.
This is where election...
I know, Rachel Maddow. I know. I get it. Okay. But I don't know. Show me the fucking, I couldn't find the DW clip that covered this topic specifically. Sorry.
Denialism hits the road. This is what it looks like in real life. You can see in the video how the Maricopa supervisors, they hustle out pretty quickly. Law enforcement blocks these people who are yelling at them and jostling them. And if you're wondering what all the yelling is about, all the shouting about treasonous and you are being served. After the supervisors left, one person in the crowd laid it all out.
Listen to this lunacy.
12 signatures, which means each individual person is personally liable for over $21 million just from this paperwork. If they don't resign within 3 days, they will be personally served with a writ of quo warranto and an opportunity, again, to rebut any one of our claims, which I'm making right now. None of them have signed an oath of office. None of them are bonded to we the people. All of them are foreign invaders acting as government. They are not our government. Therefore, we will be serving them a writ of quo warranto with a waiver of tort, and if they still do not rebut, we'll be notifying the military, and they can be hauled off, to a military tribunal, and I think we all know the penalty for treason. Thank you.
Do we? So she's one of these, sovereign citizen, I don't believe in the laws that you've given me. I only believe in, this very peculiar interpretation of constitutional law, and this is the kind of madness that we're seeing. But it doesn't stop at the maniac. That's the problem, is that this is getting all the way up into these ideas is getting all the way up to top leadership. Paw Patrol attorney.
Thank you. We'll be serving them with a writ of quo warranto with a waiver of tort. If they do not rebut, we'll be notifying the military, and they can be hauled off to a military tribunal. We all know the penalty for treason. Thank you very much. Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, for what it's worth, almost all of them are Republicans. They're all foreign invaders who are now liable for millions of dollars because somebody yelled, "You're being served." If they don't resign in minutes, the military will come and execute them. And however this might look to us watching it on video, for the Maricopa Board of Supervisors, having a bunch of people rush the dais where they're sitting yelling that they're traitors and they should all be killed is scary. Here's how the Washington Post reported it. Quote, "The scene at the February 28th meeting terrified many county employees and others who were reminded of what happened after Joe Biden won the county."
And you know what's crazy to me about people like this blonde lady? She's so comfortable calling for executions and calling for death and killing. Do you think she could even stand 30 seconds over a pit of dead human bodies that she was just part of the execution squad of? You know what I mean? Do you think she could pulled the trigger herself. You know, it's always these, you know, these people that honestly wouldn't hurt a fly. That call for the brutality. You know, these are the type of people, you know, we'll just finish the job in Gaza. I don't mean to put words in her mouth, but I can make an assumption about where she stands on the Palestinians. But you know what I mean? Does she really have the stomach to you know, to be part of a death squad? To execute these people, you know, because these are televise it too. We should televise these executions. Oh, really? You're going to tune in? You're going to sit there and watch a bloated corpse turn purple? Is that what you're going to do? And by the way, you're supposed to be the good guy, right? But I just think it's funny. The people that call for other people's death are some of the weakest amongst us. You know what I mean?
Terrified. Many county employees.
No, Ponder Monkey, I don't think so. She's okay with other people doing it, but she could never see it herself. She could never do it herself. She's happy to, you know, let it happen off camera. Right? But ultimately, she's a coward.
And others who were reminded of what happened after Joe Biden won the county and with it Arizona in the 2020 presidential race. Back then, Trump supporters used baseless claims of fraud to try to pressure or scare elected leaders into changing the county's election results.
They're all
after
cattle,
the 2020
no
election, you might remember this was the scene for days.
They're all hat and no cattle, is what I'm trying to say.
On end outside that county elections department when the votes were being tabulated there. Mobs of often armed Trump supporters gathering outside the building, yelling at the election workers inside. At one point, they surrounded one elections worker outside the building. The person had to be pulled out of the angry crowd by a sheriff's deputy. Arizona has been a hotbed of election denialism ever since, as epitomized by the circus of that.
Look at this mule. Look at that.
Bizarre.
Look at that. A cardboard box filled with fake ballots. And look at that. He's just going to throw it right in. I bet you they're pre-filled out for Joe Biden. I have no proof of that, but that sounds really scary. And look at them. Look at the sound effects and the music. It's scary. This man is so... Look at it. He's covering his face with a fucking bandito thing. You might as well just wear a shirt that says, I'm a criminal and I love Joe Biden. Isn't it clear to you? It's so clear to me.
Arena audit of the 2020 election.
Rapists and
the state's
murderers,
attorney general is closing in on a
dealers.
decision now whether to criminally charge the fake electors from Arizona who signed
Lenny, it's
forged
happening.
documents after the 2020 election claiming that Trump had won the state rather than Biden. Just today, a man was sentenced to 2.5 years in federal prison for making repeated death threats in 2022 against Katie Hobbs, who was then Arizona's top elections official and is now governor.
Oh,
The head of the U.S.
coincidence,
Justice
huh?
Department's Elections Threat Task Force had a press conference in Phoenix today after that sentencing to drive home the message that threats against election officials will not be tolerated, they will be prosecuted, and you will go to prison. Quote, in training poll workers for this year's presidential election, the Office of Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is preparing them for a series of worst-case scenarios, including combat, coordinating active shooter drills for election workers, sending kits to county election offices that include tourniquets to stem bleeding, devices to barricade doors, hammers to break glass windows.
Yeah, so they're receiving active shooter training.
Arizona has been ground zero for election denial and threats and intimidation of election workers ever since the 2020 election. Things do not seem to be getting better ahead of this next election, but this time at least state officials do know a lot more about what they're up against. Joining us now is Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes.
Okay, so this is where we're... Okay, if you want to watch the rest of this, it's right here. I probably did while I was like changing my kid's diaper or something, but that first half of that segment is what I wanted to show you. Just some hard facts. It's really happening. The intimidation is legitimate. And you know, we're the calls for direct violence for direct violent intervention getting louder and louder and louder. With that said, we need to remember we are dealing if you're dealing with conservatism and conservatives, you're dealing with cowards. You're dealing with narcissists. And sometimes that could that could really benefit them in their ability to organize. Sometimes they'll eat their own guts. They'll pull their guts right out of their stomach and start eating them. You know what I mean? So they could be counterproductive, is what I'm trying to say. So our last clip here in the asshole section, inside the final days of the Trump's presidency and the push to invoke the Insurrection Act. So I saved the best for last. This is the most important clip of the day. So if you're doing something else, this is the clip actually to be paying attention to. This details the depth of treason that we're dealing with. The type of throw it all, because like people are still having a hard time wrapping their head around the seriousness of this. If we allow these people back into power, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say it is the end of democracy, and I'm not trying to get votes for Joe Biden in saying that. Okay, there's a big difference between how the neoliberals are saying it, because they're the ones in charge. Let me ask you something. When's the last time you've heard Voting Rights Act from the neoliberals, from Joe Biden or any of his representatives or any of these idiots on TV? Remember the Voting Rights Act? Remember that national reform to elections that was supposed to prevent all of this individual state chicanery? Not a fucking peep. Not a fucking peep. They're happy to scare the bejesus out of you so you can give them money. But they don't have shit to say about that was a major election promise from Joe Biden. But anyway, I want to show the seriousness of this, and I know it's another MSNBC. I'm sorry, but they really get into it. They really show us some really interesting information, some new information. So it is important to watch this. I don't know if we're going to watch the whole segment here because it's probably going to get to it's cutting over to some. Yeah, exactly. No, we're only going to watch the first four minutes of this. It's always like, let's cut to Claire McCaskill to see what she has to say. I'm so sick and tired of MSNBC cutting to fucking Claire McCaskill like she has a goddamn anything to say. She's a fucking loser. And they go to her, they ask her about strategy, about political strategy. And we're just going to cut to the Harlem Globetrotters opponents here to talk about, how do you win a basketball game? Well, I mainly lie on my back and just hope for the best. She works cheap. She must be. I'm so tired of seeing Claire McCaskill. It's MSNBC, dude. They have like 15 people they go to. There's a reason why. They'll compile. They have a whole team. It's $1 billion operation, right? They got like 300 interns over there compiling all this information to present it to us and quickly edit it all together in a slick way to make it all look good, right? And then they cut to some of the most pathetic hacks, the last 20 years, like Joe Lieberman. Anyway.
I made the point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the Attorney General. He's never been a criminal attorney. He's never conducted a criminal investigation in his life. He's never been in front of a grand jury, much less a trial jury. And he kind of retorted by saying, well, I've done a lot of very complicated appeals and civil litigation, environmental litigation, and things like that. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill.
Ooh, to quote my favorite movie, Trolls, solid burn there. Hi again, everybody.
Her favorite movie is the CG animated DreamWorks movie Trolls, based off the toy from the 1980s with the funny hair. It's her favorite. Look, I don't mean to be judgy, but that fucking says a lot about you. She's just being nice. There's no way she believes that. That's just the last movie that she watched. She doesn't have a favorite movie. Why am I so mean to I gotta stop being so goddamn mean to these people, but they're just so, you know what I mean? They're just so vapid. They're just so, her bleach white teeth and the I'm sorry.
5 o'clock in New York, former acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donohue's diss of Richard Clark, an insider account of the turmoil at the highest levels of Donald Trump's DOJ in its final days, was as shocking and alarming as anything we learned. He spoke of ex-President Donald Trump's plan that got alarmingly far down the road to install the man you just heard Donohue talk about, sending back.
Is this woman ever going to mention the vacuum that was created by neoliberals that are allowing these fascists to operate in this totally egregious manner? No, of course not. The assumption from Nicole Wallace is that the neoliberals are doing everything in their power to stop these fascists. Isn't that the joke? Isn't that a fucking farce? She wouldn't dare criticize the strategy of the neoliberals.
His office to handle an oil spill should it occur. The man's name is Jeffrey Clark. He was acting attorney general for a minute. Why? Well, because Jeffrey Clark showed the ex-president that he was more than willing. He was excited to pursue Donald Trump's bogus claims of non-existent voter fraud, that he would attempt to use the power of the Justice Department to keep Trump in power, even though he had lost the election. But thanks to men like Donohue and others at DOJ, who said they would resign en masse if Clark was given the position, Clark was not installed
such a bitch, huh, Lenny?
For long. Now, 3 years later, we're hearing publicly from another of those key figures who acted as one of the guardrails in stopping Trump's attempt to overthrow the leadership of the Justice Department. This man's name is Patrick Philbin. He's one of Trump's former deputy White House counsels. Philbin had a history with Clark. He had worked with him back in the 90s. So when the idea of putting Clark at the top of DOJ was circulating around the White House, and especially with Trump, Philbin called his colleague to talk him out of it. Quote, "I tried to explain to him that it was a bad idea for multiple reasons," Philbin recalled. Quote, "He would be starting down a path of assured failure. If by some miracle somehow it worked, there'd be riots in every major city in the country. And it was not an outcome the country would accept," end quote. To which Clark responded, quote, "Well, Pat, that's what the Insurrection Act is for."
Gotta crack some eggs. Make
We'll get
that
to that
omelet.
unbelievable exchange in a second. But for some perspective, Politico notes the
just their
significance
democracy.
of Philbin and
They'll
his
get over
public
it.
testimony this way. Though Philbin has spoken to both the January 6th Select Committee and the federal grand jury that indicted Trump for his effort to seize the second term, no transcript or recording of his remarks has ever been released. Why is Philbin speaking out now? Why is he breaking this, you have to assume, well-protected 3-year silence? Well, because currently underway in Washington, D.C. is a disbarment hearing for Jeffrey Clark. That hasn't happened yet, if you can believe it. It is a step of legal accountability for one of the chief, most unapologetic architects of the
And
efforts.
these, this is the Eastman is the other guy that's getting debarred. It's funny how these incredibly conservative, I believe these are, pretty conservative kind of process, the people that are running these bars or whatever, this system to ensure that the lawyers are representing the law correctly, right? So you can keep your license. They're pretty conservative, if I recall correctly, and they're actually holding these guys to account better than the entire Justice Department, the entire justice system of the United States. These guys are actually receiving real consequences from these organizations. Look back, Ice King. The Justice Department though is like, kid gloves. Oh, I don't know. Well, would you please come in for an interview? No, I'm not going to come in for an interview. Oh, well, that's okay. Now, with that said, we did see that conviction recently of a guy who refused a subpoena from January 6th, and I think Bannon got a pardon. And maybe that's why he's not, or maybe Bannon is still in trouble for his refusal of the January 6th subpoena.
to overturn a free and fair presidential election in America. As criminal accountability seems rather far off, Clark was indicted along with the ex-president in the Georgia racketeering case. He has pleaded not guilty there, and he was one of the co-conspirators listed in Jack Smith's election interference indictment. The prosecuting attorney leading the disbarment hearing said this, that, quote, what Clark was attempting to do was essentially a coup at the Department of Justice. Today, former acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen testified and reaffirmed that Clark was not acting based on the truth.
You indicated that Mr. Clark had a different view than yourself about what the department's posture ought to be towards the election controversies, correct?
Yes, and unfortunately, his wasn't based on the facts and the law.
Facts and the law getting their day at a disbarment hearing is where we start the hour with.
Yeah, no, it has to be in a disbarment hearing because we have an attorney general that just pulled his pants up, 2 seconds ago to actually do something, to go after these criminals. Pretty pathetic that some of the only legitimate justice that we're seeing is completely unrelated to the justice system, body over here, this DC bar board, whatever that is. Anyway, if you want to see the rest of this because you hate yourself and you watch MSNBC like me, you can go ahead and click on this link right here. But that's it. That's all I have for the asshole section. Good riddance. Good God. Moving over to the U.S. news now. Lots of fanfare. This is come on, U.S. news. Come on, guys, pep it up. New segment. Come on, folks. Wake it on up. Shake off the dust. Big props to Davey, by the way, for this wonderful image right here. It's a kind of a sped up, unfortunately, but this is the shadow of the eclipse that we saw just a couple days ago, going over the United States from that angle. And it's just amazing to see it, the celestial body, do such a strange thing. Obviously it's a shadow. It's just so weird, right? You just don't, you see shadows every single day and, things cast shadows but when the moon casts a shadow, there's just something spectacular about the enormity of that. And I really need to see one in person because people were saying, oh, I can see the planets, I can see the stars, which is just totally trippy to me to think that, you're middle of the day, beautiful day, sunny out, becomes pitch black, and you it's like DBZ, when they do like a super transformation and the sky goes out. It's just totally nuts. So thank you, Davey, for this clip. Why does it bend on the flat Earth? Good point. Doesn't make any sense. I thought we were just a disc sitting atop a turtle floating through space, being propped up by 4 stone elephants on top of a space turtle. It's a big disc, right? I don't know what these guys are talking about. Wanted to start off with this one as promised at the U.S. section here. This just spectacular planned heist, like a legitimate heist. They had inside guy. I was outside the eclipse zone, so I used a round trash can. It was awesome. Nice. Yeah, I was right here looking out my window the whole time. It got it kind of looked like it was cloud cover. Sucked. Totally sucked. Totally other side of the fucking area. Sucks. But no, back to this. This is so awesome. I don't care if whatever, money, theft. No one died. I'm not tripping. This is sweet as hell. And I wish I could do something like this in my life and get away with it. A legitimate heist. Well planned inside job. Let's watch the clip. You see what I mean? What? I want to be part of a heist. This looks like so much fun. I wouldn't even I'd want you don't even have to give me a lot of money. I'm just here for the fun, guys. Add my abandoned meme to Discord.
Authorities in Los Angeles are investigating the theft of around $30 million from a money storage facility.
It's a good haul.
Thieves broke into the building on Easter Sunday undetected. The missing
Yo,
money
look at that, dude. Look at that. Yo, my man. My man. I bet they had a big old steel door. Big old vault, you know. No one's getting in and out. Why don't we just go around? Isn't this wall exposed to the outside?
Thieves broke into the building on Easter Sunday undetected. The missing money wasn't discovered until workers opened the vault on Monday. The facility stores
Flawless
cash from
victory.
local businesses. As yet, no arrests have been made.
So of course, had to throw in that little tidbit to make me feel bad. Apparently, it's money from local businesses, which is, that sucks. Probably some mom and pops hurting here. Not exactly Walmart money. So that does suck. I do think though that this money would be insured, right?
Now let's bring in John Barrett, who's a journalist who was on the scene of the heist in Los Angeles.
What is this camera setup, dude? You better keep your pants on, bro.
Earlier. Now, this sounds like straight from a movie. You were at the scene. Tell us exactly what happened there.
Volume.
Oh, it is out of a Hollywood script for sure that these thieves on Easter night managed to get into this facility without setting off the alarms at all. Actually, I understand
No, that makes perfect sense, Ice King. That makes perfect sense. Biden absolutely wants this to happen. He hates America. Didn't you know that?
There's been an update to that. We understood originally they didn't set off any alarms. They went in through the roof. They were able to get into where the safe was and take the $30 million and get out, and it wasn't discovered until the next morning. Now I understand that they also tried to get into the side of the building. You saw the shot with the plywood. An alarm was triggered, but it didn't go to the local police, so no one showed up. So it wasn't until Monday morning that they found out that they had been hit for $30 million, which they believe.
The alarm was blaring, but it wasn't connected to the cops, so it's just a loud noise. And the people doing it knew that no one else was there. No one could hear it. Yeah, Trump getting desperate.
Maybe one of the largest, if not the largest, cash hauls in Los Angeles history.
Nice.
Now, does the police have any leads? Who did this?
Well, if they have them, they're not telling us. The FBI and LAPD's robbery homicide are involved in this. But I was talking to a consultant this morning who told me there's no way this was not an inside job. It had to be for them to go to certain spots, to get up on the roof, to get into the safe area and get away without triggering alarms. He thinks that they will pull phone records and computer records. They will find out who talked to who before this went down on Sunday night, and that they will likely get some good leads out of that. They'll interview all the employees, talk to them. But again, this consultant is convinced this had to have some kind of inside connection.
Now,
did these motherfuckers get in through the vent? No shit. No shit.
This is a big haul, $30 million. As far as heists go, where do you think this ranks in terms of U.S. history?
Like old growth canopy.
I don't know about U.S. history. I know that for cash, 30 million it could be the biggest one in Los Angeles. Now, they did have a heist a little less than 2 years ago, a jewelry truck. It was a Brinks truck coming down from Northern California filled with jewelry that was stopped on the Grapevine. People who know Interstate 5 coming to L.A. from Northern California, it was stopped. Thieves hit it, got away with $100 million, an estimated $100 million worth of jewels. So that was a huge haul, and they haven't been caught. But as far as just cash, this was big.
Now, historically, I understand that these big heists always, or nearly always, come to a conclusion and that the people get caught. What do you think? Is this possible?
Well, the
security
consultant I talked to today told me that LAPD's robbery.
I'm sorry. Is his camera on a skateboard or what is going on with this? Is his like 5-year-old son holding his camera for him? What is the deal here? Did he place his laptop on top of a Jello mold that's on top of a skateboard that is moving? It seems to be sliding around.
Homicide division is so good that he would expect that in a month or two they will have some significant leads, if not somebody in custody. But you never know. I mean,
no, you never know, dude. Look, I've been victimized by thieves, and let me tell you, the fucking police suck. Suck. They suck. That's all I got to say. Yeah, interview mid skydive.
Another heist. Like I said, the 100 million in jewels, and those people have not been caught. It's been almost 2 years. So you would hope that they would be able to glean some information from the computers and phones, and that maybe someone will talk. But I think they're diving right into it again. The FBI has confirmed they're involved, and LAPD. So they're
please, fucking please. I had to beg the detectives to do his job. And you know, when I started making him mad, he was basically threatening to cut justice off. Oh, no more justice for you. No, I'm done. Like a petulant child. So, I always hear, you always hear about it too on unsolved mysteries and stuff like, oh, the parents of the murdered daughter hired their own private investigator. You have to do that because you do not get justice from these fucking cops. Moving on. Had my car stolen years ago. The thief was kinder than the police who steals an 84 Volvo. That's a good car. Volvos are good cars. All right. Moving on from that. That was a very fun story. Getting into the more serious stuff. Wow, this has nothing to do with the United States. This is a mistake. I shouldn't have had this in here. This is like a world.
The family of a Boeing whistleblower is speaking exclusively to CBS News.
Okay, well, he kind of jumped the gun on that one, but let's go ahead and talk about it. Yeah, I did want to talk about the Boeing fucking... We're Epstein it again, man. Is this Russia? Or do we live in Russia? Motherfuckers just slip on banana peels, disappear into the ether, and we're all just say, okay, well, ending the Game of Thrones really sucked. Whistleblower talking about the planes. We just like, what was it, yesterday or 2 days ago? I think I reported on it. Another panel. Is it in here? Did I put it in here maybe? Another panel popped off. It was a Boeing 787. It was an engine cowl. It was the cowl, the casing that's over the big jet engine, popped off. Another one. It's like the fourth incident. So we're getting all these incidents. The big whistleblower, the guy that was blowing the whistle on the whole damn thing was 100% correct, gets smoked, literally tells his friends and family in a joking way, yeah, I mean it's kind of serious business if I don't come home, if I ever kill myself, right, I didn't do it. Just one of those stupid things you say at a barbecue, right? You're like, oh yeah, I mean, come on, let's be real. This is America. This isn't Russia. He's totally getting Epstein, and the family's coming out. The family's like, what the hell's going on? What the fuck? I tell you, man, I mean, next time I buy tickets, I'm gonna be that guy that's like, is this a Boeing? I'm not getting on this plane. I don't trust him. I don't trust him one bit.
The family of a Boeing whistleblower is speaking exclusively to CBS News weeks after he was found dead.
Boeing 787,
John Barnett expressed concerns about safety issues within Boeing.
Airbus.
Mark Strassman has the latest on this.
I think he thought of himself as trying to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm. Vicky Stokes' son, John Barnett, worked at Boeing for 30...
Okay, let me make this 100% clear. This man's an absolute hero, and he didn't even know he was risking his life for other people. But he risked his job. He's a career in this industry. His entire livelihood wrapped up in this, and he said, no, human beings are more important than my whole life. And he stood up and he raised his voice for us. We're getting on these death traps. And no good deed goes unrewarded. I don't know about you, but I'm pissed. We need whistleblowers. Don't give me that Julian Assange bullshit. Wishy-washy. Oh, well, he might have done rape. Well, maybe all whistleblowers are bad. No, man. Boeing wants to cram us like sardines into death traps that are falling apart in the sky. And this man said enough is enough. And what was his reward? Murdered.
2 years,
Yeah,
the last
Lenny.
7 as a quality manager at the South Carolina
put him
factory
through hell.
that builds the 787 Dreamliner.
How did he tell you he was being treated?
Dreamliner.
He was like embarrassed at meetings. He would be called out.
Not the type who'd back down.
No, sir.
In a whistleblower lawsuit, Barnett
why he
alleged a
had to go.
litany of safety concerns.
That's why he had to
Stray
go.
titanium shavings falling into electrical wiring, defective oxygen tanks, and managers urging him to cut corners.
Of course.
In this 2022 Netflix documentary, Barnett claimed his managers retaliated against him for speaking up.
Boeing quit listening to their employees. So every time I'd raise my hand and say, hey, we got a problem here, they would attack the messenger and ignore the message.
In this hotel parking lot, Barnett was found dead from a gunshot wound in his car on March 9th. While police are still investigating,
no video of the
the
parking
coroner
lot either.
says
No video of the parking lot, right? Oh, I can't have sex with a hooker behind a dumpster in an abandoned parking lot without the camera right on me. Wait, did I say that out loud? You know what I mean. They got cameras everywhere. I was found innocent in that case.
it appears to be a suicide.
Do you blame Boeing?
I think if this hadn't have gone on so long, I'd still have my son.
Yeah, Lenny.
My sons would still have their brother, and we wouldn't be sitting here. So in that respect, I do.
Barnett's death occurred as depositions continue and as Boeing grapples with weeks of headlines about its safety culture, specifically repeated problems with its 737 MAX planes, including a mid-flight blowout of an Alaska Airlines door. Barnett worked on a different plane, but raised similar concerns.
He wasn't trying to hurt Boeing. He was trying to save Boeing. He saw this coming, and he said at some point, you know, this is all going to come down on Boeing.
In the middle of Boeing's reputational crisis, Boeing CEO Dave Calhoun announced he's stepping down. In a statement today, Boeing said, "We're saddened by Mr. Barnett's passing, and our thoughts are with his family and friends." I asked Rodney Barnett about his brother's legacy.
That's all he wanted. That's all he wanted, just the safety of the public.
He thought that was at stake.
That he knew that was at stake, and that's what he was concentrating on.
And he's right.
Mark Strussman joins us now from Charleston.
Well, I was going to say that,
and he's super effing right. I don't need to hear what this millionaire has to say. You know, I've said enough. If you want to see the rest of this clip, it's right here. I'm going to continue to follow up any news, any shred of news, any information I see. Just like with Epstein, if anything, you know, any new developments in the Ghislaine Maxwell case, right? But isn't it fascinating? Just like Russia, and it probably happens in the exact same way, right? With Navalny, right? Big scandal right before the election, totally obvious what it is, but you know, it turns into a joke because who's held accountable? What are you gonna do, right? Oh well, you know, and if anyone, you know, well, you're just a fucking you're Alex Jones, you're Alex Jones, you know. I think you lost Zote. Welcome to the News Underground. Can't wait for the next in-flight blowout, dude. I'm not getting on these Boeings. You know, because they're trying to do a really quick, oh, we did a self-review, we did a self-check, and everything's great now. Come on, you know, don't hurt our business. Just continue ignoring all this. Okay, continue ignoring it. I'm not getting on these planes. I'm going to be that guy. It's going to piss my wife off because I know there's probably some vacation or something she's going to want to go on. And I'm going to be like, yeah, no, we're going, you know, JetBlue or, you know, anything that isn't this 787 Dreamliner, Boeing. I don't care what it is, dude. I'll get in a prop plane. I'd rather get on a plane with 2 pontoons and a drunk pilot than in a Boeing 787, whatever the fuck. Like the cops investigating themselves, exactly. And let's not forget the connection between Boeing and the U.S. government. This is not just a private company doing its own thing here. We're talking about a company that has been extremely close to the United States aerospace industry, weapons manufacturing, the whole nine. You know, missiles, everything. Boeing is part of that military industrial complex, so it receives extra protection from the United States. From these kind of, you know, corporate whoopsies. So they feel, you know, they could skirt the laws even more, cut even more corners and get away with it. And so far, they're correct. So far, Boeing is totally getting away with this. Yeah, Ice King. Yeah. There's, you know, it's not just like a private company, you know, that's a boo-boo, that did a boo-boo. No, we're talking about an extremely connected company that is you know, utilizing its connections to put us all in danger, to cram us elbow to elbow into a goddamn death trap. Whew, I can't stress that enough. Okay, look, I say it every time when we talk about Boeing or just plane crashes in general, but one of the most horrific ways you can die is in a plane crash. Okay, I'm talking eviscerated. I'm talking head first into a blender kind of shit. You know, when police do plane crash investigations, it's a body part by body part puzzle that they have to put together. You know, a kind of death that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. It's a big deal. All right, California government. So, okay, I don't know if I talked about this. This is kind of an attack from the left kind of segment here. I feel like I did talk about this, so I'll keep this brief. But perfect example of neoliberals failing to do anything effective, to be effective in any kind of way. So there's a major, you know, problem with petty crime, recidivism, you know, criminals being able to come back out after committing a crime hours later. You know, bipping, if you don't know what bipping is, you know, smashing someone's car window and stealing the contents is in a full-blown crisis in Oakland. In-N-Out is closing because of the you know, you pull into the In-N-Out parking lot, you go get your burger, you come back, your window's been shattered. They can't stop it. They had, you know, the higher private security, so businesses are fleeing. It's not just In-N-Out either. So businesses are fleeing Oakland. So what does the governor do? Deploy 500 surveillance cameras. Okay, half these people don't even wear masks because they're on camera. They know they're on camera. Cell phone cameras and all kinds of security cameras, and the cars themselves will have cameras. And once again, you go to the cops and they just laugh at you. Oh, what, you get your laptop stolen from your car? Okay, well, too bad. Go ahead and file a report and we'll just put that right in the trash. Well, Father Dari, you're not robbing them of their burgers. You're stealing the contents of their vehicle, right? Backpacks and whatever. You know, what they're doing now is, you know, because most people in California are smart enough to not leave anything valuable in their back seat or in their car when they leave it. But they'll have a couple valuable things in their trunk sometimes. I know when I would go to like the movies or something and there was something too bulky that I didn't want to carry with me, I would put in my trunk. I'd put all my valuables in my trunk. But now they're bipping and, you know, going in and pulling the trunk release and you know, so they're taking risks. They don't care. You know, even if your car doesn't have anything, it doesn't look like anything valuable's in it, they'll take the risk anyway, shatter the window. Literally takes them less than 30 seconds. So what does the neoliberals propose? Oh, some more surveillance cameras. Right? And let me remind you, the Oakland mayor, who was, you know, supposed to be a neoliberal, progressive, lefty, you know, implementing progressive policies that I agree with, but doing a piss poor job of it. You know, step one, treat people humane, but step two isn't let them get away with crimes. That isn't a progressive POV, to just let people commit crimes over and over and over and over and over again. That's not a progressive policy. So these neoliberals making progressive, because they speak in the language of progressivism, right? They convince you, oh, I'm progressive, I'm liberal, I'm left. Look at my policies. They half-ass it. There's not enough money. There's not enough support. There's not enough follow-through. So now what's the right is coming in with a recall of the Oakland mayor. And you bet we're going to, the right winger is going to come in there and he's like, yep, I know the solution. Throw him in a black cell and throw away the key. Don't fix the economic issues that put them there. Don't fix the education that helped them there. And, don't fix any of the underlying issues that created this need to steal, but just harshly punish it, right? So that, the people, like you beat people up instead of treating people like human beings. And this is why the neoliberals are failing. This is why we're gonna lose California one of these days to these right wingers because of stupid bullshit like this. Great, more video evidence of a guy committing a crime, and then he walks out two hours later. Doesn't change anything. Yeah, well, we got you on camera. Yeah, I know. You already said I was guilty. Whatever. I'm guilty of the crime. Can I go now? Yep. That's the law, I guess. I'm not even being that hyperbolic. The only people that get busted for bipping in the Bay Area are the dudes that do it like 100 times a day. Like they'll drive around in their car, neighborhood to neighborhood, and bip like 20 or 30 cars in an afternoon. One after the other, after the other, after the other. Only those guys get busted. But if you're a druggie, and you do it like a couple times a day or a couple times a week, unless the cop is standing right there. No, Mighty Mouse. That's the thing. And see, the right-wing grifters and opportunists come in. Oh, you see, that's because of the progressive policy to treat people like human beings. The only solution is to treat them like animals. That's the neoliberals' fault, right? Because there's no follow-through. They pretend they're progressive. They implement a half-assed, pseudo-humane reform. They don't get it right. And then they let the entire area be victimized by criminals, and that's supposed to be progressivism now, right? And then the right-wing grifters come in there. Well, I know the solution. Yeah, just treat them like animals. That's the only thing that's ever worked. Crummy-fornia, huh? Oh yeah, right. Except you're more likely to get shot dead in any right-wing country, any right-wing state in the country. It's only one of the more safer states in the union. Murder rate off the charts over there in Kentucky from gun violence. But yeah. Same thing. Breaking a crisis of drug addicts breaking into cars and stealing stuff. That's the same thing as getting murdered at a grocery store or at a bar because you had an argument about politics with some ignorant piece of shit, right? Mighty Mouse, that is exactly what the right wing come in and say. Treat them like animals. Throw them in a cell and throw away the key. Yeah, I know. You're going to get what you want. You fascists are going to get exactly what you want. And it's going to be the failure of these neoliberals. Great, 500 more surveillance cameras. That doesn't really fix the issue at all. All right. Moving on to the next one. This is a shocker, but only if you don't understand. Only if you don't understand human beings would this shock you. Thankfully, there's no evidence that the people that are messaging this guy are right wing. But I would like to remind you that there's only one party in the United States that is interested in lowering the age of consent, that has debates about lowering the age of consent, that wants to make the things that you see here technically legal. There's only one party in the United States that wants to do that. And no, it's not Joe Biden because he gave his niece a back massage or something. Right-wingers want to lower the age of consent. Right-wingers want to marry children. And no, they don't want to marry children and then have a tea party after the ceremony, if you know what I mean. So what I'm trying to say is that there's a section, and we all know, if we're on social media, we've run into right-wingers who are like this, that think this is okay, Now, with that said, these guys are not like, hey, vote for Trump. But there's only one political party that wants to lower the age of consent in the United States. That's not being I'm not being hyperbolic. If you're following the news, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But watch this. This will disgust you.
Y'all, this is disgusting and wild. Stick around. So a few weeks ago, I caught a man standing in line at a pet store in public looking at pictures of little girls on Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram, TikTok. Once again, if you're on these social media platforms, you might have seen this phenomenon where you watch some kind of dance thing, but then all of a sudden you start getting all of these shake your ass videos from 16-year-olds. And then God help you if you go into the comment section of these videos. You'll get a little taste of what it's like to be an underage girl on these predatory social media companies.
I told a story, it went mega viral. What was not surprising were all of the men in the comments who couldn't get past the fact that I'm gay, and their hatred for me outweighed their feelings of their fellow man being fucking nasty. What was surprising was the sheer number of mommy bloggers who followed me because of that post. Mommy bloggers who do in fact show pictures of their kids all the time. So I did a little experiment. I created a fake page. I made the profile picture Barbie, put lots of content in there that little girls would like, cartoons, lots of pink, absolutely no pictures of children. And I would like to share with you just a few of the messages that account got. Hi, sweetheart. Do you have any cute pictures to show what a pretty little girl you are?
There's the profile pic. A lot of these guys use their own pic, use their own image. I'm not saying the left wing isn't capable of pedophilia, but there's only one party in the United States, the Republican Party, who wants to lower the age of consent. Do you suck cock? This was sent to a profile filled with Barbie pictures, and no, not even any pictures of any little girls, just a bunch of kid shit.
Saw you like Barbie. So does my little girl. What's your name? Listen, you really need to ask yourself what you are willing to ignore for likes.
For sure. Great little bit of citizen journalism here from Don't Cross a Gay Man. Lovely name. Absolutely lovely. Is that gay agenda? Better watch out. Bad actors in my chat. That gay agenda going to come get you. So great job there. Absolutely lovely. If you're on TikTok and you want to follow this person, you want more information, here's the link right here. It's a Reddit thing. It's from TikTok. I'm not on TikTok myself, so I don't even know what the fuck. Ironically, I would like to bring up an asshole who I normally disagree with on everything, but Ron DeSantis recently introduced a bill to ban people, children younger than 14 off of social media. And I don't know, there might be something to that. I don't know if I might have shown the clip, actually. It might have been a couple weeks ago where I showed this clip where it was this BBC presenter, I think it was BBC, but they were doing an interview with a psychologist who was talking about, this is all very new and we're just now starting to see, what these social media companies do to a young brain and how it affects development. And there might, and the person was making the point of, we age gate everything anyway, age gate, right? So certain things, are for adults only. Certain things are for kids and certain things are for adults. And we already do that with a multitude of things, substances and images and videos and things like that. So why would social media be any different? So, you know, normally I wouldn't agree with Ron DeSantis's authoritarian leanings, but in this case, he might be the broken clock syndrome, because there might be some credible evidence to show that early exposure to social media can be incredibly damaging to the young mind. Very interesting stuff there. Moving on to our next segment. Yeah. So this is, you know, I guess I should have had this queued up in the abortion section when I was talking about assholes there. I'm done with you. Thank you. Thank you for coming. You're not really welcome. Please leave. I honestly don't have time for fools today. Yeah, so I should have had this queued up in the abortion section, but this is exactly what I'm talking about, that, you know, doctors want the ability, you know, and the right-wingers want the ability to Chud alert, get them. They want the ability to, you know, control a woman's life, you know, to have the power to choose whether a woman lives or dies. Not even joking. Oh yeah, wild, huh? Did I censor him? Radical Static. Oh, you're so radical, going along with a authoritarian status quo. I've seen your fucking comments. Oh, are you a maverick? I'm a maverick. That's why I do everything the RNC tells me to do, because I'm a maverick. Did I take away his free speech? Oh no. So anyway, I'm not gonna. I'm anti-fascist. All right. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see. I've seen some of your comments over here. Raising my eyebrow. Yeah, we'll see about that. I didn't even ban the other guy. I just timed him out. So I'm feeling charitable today. But yeah, just another example of, you know, and once again, to the conservative men that I kick out of my chat immediately, so who am I talking to? But no, to the conservative men that think it's going to stop with women. Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? Yeah, sure, maybe it's not a law that about your dick and balls. But like I said, maybe it's a law that forces you to exercise because your fat ass is too expensive to insure. What's up with Texas? Fascism? Authoritarianism? Cult of personality gone, you know, we're coming for the sperm. But I mean, it's just like, so if they're willing to pass laws that say a woman needs to be on her deathbed before we cut out the septic fetus from her body, why do conservative men think that, you know, there's not going to be some law about, you know, you're forced to do this or you're forced to do that, you know, and if you don't do it, you're in big time trouble. You know, using state violence to you know, to force you to do what you want. We're already seeing this against women in supposedly the land of the free, supposedly in this neoliberal hellhole. Maybe your wife is now the gorgeous wife. Yeah, true. That's a good point. All right, so moving on from that, we already did a whole fucking abortion thing. Okay, I'm not going to show this whole thing, but this is kind of what I'm talking about, where the media is. This is as close to a mea culpa as or that we're going to get here. Is that the right word? Mea culpa. Hold on. Mea culpa. Yeah. MEA. Yeah, through my fault. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thought I was using that term wrong. This is about as close to a mea culpa as that we're going to get from MSNBC. And I'm not going to play the whole 10 minutes. I did watch the whole 10 minutes of this a while back. But I want to show you how they just don't get it. They don't get it. And this is the strategy that they're going with until it hits rock bottom, until it's all over. And it like I said before when I was talking about Nicole Wallace there, it is a by default assumption that the corporatist neoliberals are doing everything they can to stop this authoritarian takeover. And that is just factually untrue. There's procedures that could be followed. There's, the filibuster. There's that could be eliminated. They can add more Supreme Court seats and a bazillion other smaller things that you never even heard of, right? Some clerk somewhere opens up a crusty rule book. You know what I'm talking about. There's all kinds of things that these neoliberals could be doing on top of common sense politicking, by the way. Populism, trying to make promises to people and actually keeping them. Not this Clinton style set expectations and then deliver below and then be like, well, it's better than fascism. Right? Race to the bottom. Confusion. I don't know if I'll have time to get to it today, but if you want to tune in tomorrow, we will be covering Argentina tomorrow. I don't think I'm going to have time for my world news section at the end of the day today. But tomorrow I'll cover my world news section, and we will be watching this video together about Milei's economic reforms and why it might appear like they're working. Appear being the important word. So hopefully you look forward to that. Hopefully we'll see you. Same time. Yeah, you're right around 12 o'clock-ish sometime. They are not. Really? No kidding. So unfortunately, we won't be able to get to Argentina today, but I saw that you're from Argentina, so maybe you want to stick around, catch the next one. We'll be doing that big discussion topic on that. They could stop taking bribes, just a suggestion. Oh, the neoliberals? But how are they going to be competitive with the right-wing Republicans if they can't take money from the same elements that are corrupting them? Literal excuse that they use. You're going to make us be anti-competitive? We got to beat them on the money race. Except Bernie showed a completely different way. The problem with the Bernie way is that you have to be progressive. Is that you have to actually follow through. The reason why the Bernie fundraising worked was because people knew Bernie was going to actually do something. It doesn't work with the neoliberals, even though they have Bernie's list. I'm getting emails because I was stupid enough to sign up to Bernie's campaign. And he betrayed me and sold my information to Hillary Clinton and the rest of the goddamn corrupt DNC. But I haven't given them a penny. I gave Bernie $20 or so here and there, but I haven't given them a fucking penny. Because I know they're not following through. Not like Bernie would. Anyway, that's the framing that I'm talking about. Is that, we're losing. How come we're losing? How come the authoritarians are winning? How come? It's, you're supposed to be the defender of democracy. You're supposed to be holding both sides. Well, we can't hold Joe Biden accountable. It's an election season. And when it's not an election season, we still can't hold Joe Biden accountable because it makes him look bad. Then the Republicans win and we're on a side and we're fighting here. Aren't you journalists? Oh, we're definitely journalists. I mean, we put that in our title. We call ourselves journalists. Because last time I checked, a journalist should not be concerned with a fucking political race. Right? It should, if it's an uncomfortable truth for the neoliberals, well, then that's just too fucking bad. Isn't that how it's supposed to work? Oh, no, we're actually supposed to carry water for this political party. So with that mentality, this is what their mea culpa looks like.
This year marks the first time we've seen Trump as a candidate who we already know has tried to overturn an election and who has been explicit about running as an authoritarian, anti-democratic threat. That alone should make a huge difference. But many critics say that the press coverage has fallen back into a traditional horse race mindset, just bending over backwards to give balanced coverage to Joe Biden and Donald Trump. CNN recently asking, is Biden's age now a bigger problem than Trump's indictments? I have to laugh. It's a ridiculous question. And last fall, the New York Times offering this strangely tepid headline. Trump takes
shit like this is made possible. It's not just the media. It's made possible by a completely flaccid political strategy from the neoliberals. Totally limp-dicked. What's up with Americans and giant water balls? We do it big. I do it double big. Okay? One bottle of water is not enough. I need two. Okay, if I go 5 whole minutes and I'm not slamming down water, I literally feel naked. Actually, I need to have that mentality because I need to drink more water. We do it big in America. We do it big in America. Yeah, it's not. It's 200 proof moonshine. You know it. I'm completely wasted. No, I'm stoned off marijuana, but I am such an alcohol lightweight. It would make you laugh. I'm like one shot, and I'm like, oh, I don't feel good anymore, guys. I need to go lie down. I had 1 shot of cheap vodka. I gotta go sleepy. Smoking blunts all night, dude. I take 1 shot of vodka and be like, okay, guys, I'm going bedtime now. Bye. I got a headache.
Fall, the New York Times offering this strangely tepid headline. Trump takes veteran speech in a very different direction to describe comments in which Trump used language that echoed Adolf Hitler.
What channel is this?
We pledge to you that we will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country, that lie and steal and cheat on
Where's
elections.
that person, radical?
The threat from outside
picture.
forces is far less sinister, dangerous, and grave than the threat from within.
Trump vowing to attack the vermin within. That's the same kind of rhetoric used by fascists in 1930s Europe. The Times later revised their headline.
The dirty communist named woke patriot who, and let me tell you, folks, he's going to be deported immediately. I'm going to put him in a cage, a dark hole. Audience. Oh my God. You are everything they hate, woke patriot, and I love it. I'm right here. Come get me, Trump. No, exactly. But I mean, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, how it's like, it's not going to be this like bloody, heroic stand up against it's going to be kind of fucking pathetic. Of like, well, this is kind of the life we live now, guys, and it's kind of overwhelming, and it kind of happened before we even had a chance to fight back, and now we're just kind of, this is how we got to do it. We can't stand up anymore. The moment we try to organize and go out and do a protest, it's cracked down by the police state, and we can't have an opinion on social media, or else we're going to get fired from our job. And what do we do? What do we do, guys? We did nothing when we had a chance, and now we're totally fucked. He was president for 4 years, and it was great. Really, it was great, huh? Yeah. Mighty Mouse. If Trump wins, do you think he should be president beyond the 4 years? His final. Do you think he should continue to be president after his final term is up? Mighty Mouse.
Times also sparking outrage for how it covered the Michigan primaries, in which Biden did a whole lot better with Democrats than.
So if a Democrat wins at the end of Trump's term because people don't like the second year of Trump, you're going to be okay with that? You're going to be okay with Donald Trump losing and having some deplorable Democrat who's going to come in and reverse all of his amazing reforms? Are you going to be okay with that?
Trump did with Republicans. The Times said that Biden faced a, quote, significant challenge.
All those gains.
While Trump, quote, coasted to victory. So the urge to find nuance in Trump leads to some very odd results, like an Axios article that dove deep into the all-important topic of Trump's Mar-a-Lago Spotify playlist. Axios calling it a Rosetta Stone that demystifies how his mind works.
I find it really fucking funny that MSNBC is making fun of other media organizations for Trump derangement syndrome. Are we kidding ourselves? It's like 23 hours straight of Trump on MSNBC. How did he hurt you, Mighty Mouse? What did he do? Can you show me on the doll where Biden gave you a back massage? Yeah. But you, once again, Mighty Mouse, you're aware that Trump is 100% going to dismantle democracy. That he is going to remove the final checks and balances, preventing a president from being king, and you're okay with that. You want that to happen. Put it this way. I'm about to buy a house before he killed the housing market. He killed it, huh? Yeah? I'm sorry, Mighty Mouse. Can you point to me the promise, the clip? Can you show me a clip, a piece of text, a website link from Trump's website that shows any policy whatsoever that is going to make your housing situation better? Like a promise of any kind of clip, anything, any policy or anything. Can you show me any kind of evidence that Donald Trump is going to help you buy a house? Anything.
And describing how guests are complimenting his ear for music, and that Trump likes to marvel at the sound quality of his stereo system.
That is pathetic.
That image of Trump, by the way, is the image that they created. So the question is, how should we cover a candidate who has already tried?
Mighty Mouse, I asked you a direct question. Could you provide me with any evidence whatsoever that the man that you love so much, the man that you were 100% confident is going to make your life easier, has made even a single promise towards doing that? Any evidence whatsoever? A website link, a 5-second clip about him saying he's going to make housing cheaper? Can you provide me with a lick of evidence that your man, that your guy is going to make the housing market any better? Any promise whatsoever? Any plan? Anything, man. Just any shred of evidence.
Tried to overturn with violence, I will note, one election, and who's vowing to persecute and imprison his political enemies. Joining me now is Molly John Fast, special correspondent for Vanity Fair and the host of the Fast Politics podcast.
Right, yeah, Fast Politics. You don't hear Joe Biden's name too often in Fast Politics. It's one of those neoliberal dick-sucking podcasts. There you go. If you want to watch the rest of it, there you go. But, that's as close to a mea culpa as you're going to get. MSNBC having the balls to make fun of Axios for covering Trump too much. I do agree it's totally ridiculous. Oh, his Spotify playlist and what of his, tastes of music. It's completely absurd. Puff piece. But is MSNBC really in the best position to be criticizing anybody for talking about Trump too much? That's a fucking joke. What happened in Philadelphia? What happened in Philadelphia? I don't know. It's not coming to mind. Why are many judges and politicians so old? I don't have time to show this, but I found this a little bit interesting. I'm done. I'm so sick of MSNBC. I've shown enough of it today. But I did find this interesting. Them going, criticizing. This is a little piece. This isn't evident. This is MSNBC criticizing the neoliberals a little bit about the gerontocracy. Making fun of, not making fun of, but pointing out the failure of the right wingers and the age gap, as well as the left wingers. Pointing out that there's a lot of old people in charge of the neoliberal Democrats. You got Leahy here. Who only retired just recently. Strom Thurmond. By the way, he criticizes Strom Thurmond, but he doesn't mention that Joe Biden went to his fucking funeral, spoke at his funeral, called him a friend. But anyway, there's that. If you want to watch it, it's right here. I don't have any more time for this MSNBC nonsense. Shooting at Ramadan event, officer involved. Oh, okay. Yeah, legit bad guy. And we're going right back to it, His policies never left. The Jim Crow shit never left us. It's coming back full force. Chess baiter. Oh, no. Another chess fan. There's a weird crossover. You're not the first chess person to come in here. There's this weird chess crossover with the News Underground. I don't know what happens, but I'm hitting that algorithm somehow. Okay, so here's that article. Here's that video I was talking about where, I was talking about how, unfortunately, Ron DeSantis might be onto something here. It's a DW, not BBC, looks like. Why is the far right becoming so popular across Europe? Popular? You would call the Tories popular? Really? Tories are popular? Yeah? Or are you talking about, I mean, look what just happened to in Brazil, right? With we got Orban in Hungary, who no, it was Erdogan in Turkey. Yeah, Meloni in Italy, but Erdogan in Turkey just had a massive loss. The Tories in the UK, yeah, Netherlands, yeah, because of the immigration thing, right? I don't know. I'm not convinced that this is some kind of red wave coming across, happening across. Because, like I said, there's some evidence of people not being happy with right wingers, right? And yeah, we do have questionable things right now, like El Salvador and Argentina, with their right wingers that are getting in and experimenting, right? We got Argentina with their economic experimentation, and El Salvador being like, hey, police states, not too bad. Nah? Oh, look what the police state did for you. That violence all taken care of. Oh, we're not going to lift the police state. Oh, we're going to extend it indefinitely, and the dragnet is never going to stop, and we're just, we're going to arrest everybody in the country, But, we'll worry about that later. But yeah, I don't think this is some kind of trend, especially we got the Tories in the UK talking about bringing fucking Boris back. Boris coming back, right? And then what's happening in Brazil, with that fella who attempted to do a January 6th, left the country, and, he wasn't successful in his coup attempt. Can't remember his name. Yeah, Chessbaiter. The Meloni, Mussolini. She was part of that Mussolini club, fascist club. Now, I don't agree with her policies, but I also don't agree that she's been a full-blown fascist since right-winger since day one. She's come to the support of Ukraine, which is against that pushes against the right-wing capitulation narrative of for Russia. So yeah, I mean. I think she's a right winger, and I'm not going to ignore her fascist connections, but I also haven't seen evidence that she's emulating Mussolini every step of the way either. I'm just trying to be more nuanced on what I've observed in my obsessive and constant news watching of every different flavor. I mean, the second I wake up to the fucking last second I go to sleep, it's news, dude. It's news. Ask the wife. Well, there's some anime in there, too. I watch some cartoons once in a while. Some Turkish third-party effect. Yeah, exactly. Trailhead. Social media and right-wing authoritarian views graph perfectly together. Ice King, yeah, I mean, you can't deny the effectiveness of right-wing people on social media. They've done a great job pushing their agenda, making it seem like they're dominating politics, right? If you were just reflecting your political views off of what you're seeing on social media, it would seem like total right-wing domination. Even on so-called leftist platforms, right? Like TikTok and stuff. There's a big right-wing algorithm on TikTok. Anyway, so back to what I was talking about earlier. I have to show this because, like I said, this is a broken clock syndrome. Ron DeSantis has introduced a ban on social media for 14 years old and younger. And personally, I think that's a good idea. I'm sorry that it's coming from Ron DeSantis. And this expert, the psychologist, is going to get into why this might be a really good idea. There was a lot of unknowns, with this generation and social media. There was just a brave new world kind of stuff. And we're starting to see the mental health effects on children from early exposure to social media. So I got to show you this. This is fascinating stuff.
Is a journalist. Kara Swisher is a journalist, a podcast host, a mother of four, and of course one of the experts of the tech world here in the United States.
Children are becoming dumber and dumber. That's factually not true. Children have never been more intelligent. I don't mean to be a contrarian. I see what you're saying, Chessbaiter. I get the what you're trying to say. But there's more nuance there. There's way more nuance. Okay. At the same time, though, I was just talking about, I think it was yesterday, that Zoomers don't understand how their computers work. They don't understand files and folders because of their cell phones, because of their walled garden cell phone, social media experience, the app store experience. So yeah, it is. I don't know about dumber, but yeah, things, things are different. Times they are changing. I don't fully explain it, but I think you get. I get what you're saying. Like there's some skills that seem to be missing, and that's what this person is talking about. That like this is not just boomer. Kids are on their cell phone too much mentality. There might actually be some real science behind this. There might actually be some real damage that's being done to an entire generation because of their early exposure to social media. Yada yada.
States. She's also the author of a new bestseller burn book, a tech love story. Kara, you're the mother of 4. Ron DeSantis just signed legislation that prohibits people under 14 years old from having social media accounts, even or regardless of parental consents. What do you make of that?
I think it's important. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Ron DeSantis, but I do think this is like cigarettes, and there's whole kinds of addictive issues. We don't know what it's doing, and it's been foisted upon our teenagers. And in this regard, I'm quite conservative. We don't know, and so we should know. We should find out from these companies what they're doing precisely. Again, it's addictive. It's necessary for their social lives, and we aren't in control of it. And we should, at the very least, we need to understand what's happening to our kids. And obviously mental health issues are a big issue around the globe, but
yeah, and there's even though the right wing characterizes the left as like children can do no wrong and they can do whatever they want, and this is how lefties teach their kids, that's actually not true at all. But I think what this is a blind spot. This is kind of a blind spot on the left, and because it's been so effectively turned into this toxic political issue on the right. The right has done a successful job at this whole, you can block social media or unblock social media. They've confused and gaslit the whole thing. That it's creating this blind spot where there's actually real damage being done, and nothing is. The real discussion is not happening about it because of all the opportunists, right, are taking advantage. Adults who think this stuff keeps kids off apps or off the internet are dumb and don't know how easy it is to get by this stuff. Yeah, you're talking about the kind of like age gating and stuff like that. I mean, it's not 100% effective, but could you, the ban on smoking, until you're 18, kids get access to cigarettes and smoke at younger ages all the time, but a certain amount of kids don't get access to cigarettes, and a certain amount of those kids don't smoke until they're 18, and that helps. There's a million reasons why that's really, really great, and that's good for young development and things like that. So, just because a regulation doesn't 100% work, that doesn't mean we shouldn't implement it. That we shouldn't consider it, right? And I think social media is in that category,
particularly in the United States, and particularly around social media and the rise. The decline in self-esteem for young girls, the rise in alienation by young boys is something we need to deal with, just as if we deal with alcoholism, alcohol use or cigarette use. It's the same thing. We age gate everything else. I don't know why this is special.
Yeah,
to be age gated for sure.
And why do you?
I mean, she's such a real one. Is she not? Is she not just straight to the bone, dude? Cutting right to the bone. I have a lot of respect for her. So I definitely want to put this book in the book recommendation section in the Discord. If you want to check out the Discord, it's a great resource for cartoons, movies, politics, memes. I mean, it's one of the best Discords I've ever been in, because it's the only Discord I've ever been in. I don't hang out in other Discords. They scare me. They're filled with brony pedophiles. I don't know what's going on in these other Discords. They start making really weird offers. They want to see my feet like 5 seconds in. It's like, I just met you. I don't want to have sex with you. So horny in the Discords.
We age gate everything else. I don't know why this is special. To be age gated for sure.
And why do you think it is? Why do you think it's only Ron DeSantis as for now?
It'll spread. I think this is actually a really important thing we need to discuss and how to do it correctly. But we have to understand that the force of the government behind something like this is important, just the way it was with cigarettes. Now, parents should have been able to regulate cigarette use among kids, and parents should have been able to regulate alcohol use. But when you make the government say it's also illegal, it helps parents to do their jobs, which is
to reinforce it. But I mean, it's a double-edged sword, though. It's a double-edged sword, right? And that's the right wingers coming here. Oh, my liberty, my liberty. Oh, only an orange fascist can take away my liberty. Holsky, yeah, I mean, that just shows how little I'm hanging out in Discords. I went in one in 2012. Someone wanted to have sex with my feet and send me brony pics, and I said no, thank you, and that was it. That was the end of my Discord experience. That was it.
to make sure their kids don't the deleterious effects of these things, because they're necessary. Don't beat the good effects.
Bosch is a joke.
Of things like this, which there are.
I'll be right back, guys.
I
I gotta
think we
take
all
a leak. I'll be
expected
right back.
TikTok to be banned in the US, but kind of the news about the Senate votes disappeared. Maybe you can help us understand.
Yeah. Well, I think they're just slower. I mean, and that's to the advantage of TikTok. That there's some questions about the legislation, including specifically targeting ByteDance and TikTok, and that it should be a much more broad bill. I think that's probably correct. And they, they just take their time. There are also some people opposed to it, and then the lobbying forces of TikTok are in there trying to slow it down. That's what they would do, I would assume.
Do you think it will be banned at some point?
I don't think the word ban is correct, even though they're using it. I think we have to have some idea about foreign ownership of major broadcast networks in this country. We already do around television. And this is a foreign adversary, is owned by a foreign adversary. So we should have some idea of what's coming into our country from a broadcast. I consider it a broadcast network. At the same time, it should be broader and also deal with things like Facebook and other companies. They've been reluctant to do that because of the intense lobbying efforts by the Metas and the other companies in that arena, Google's and Alphabet's. And so, I think that's the issue, is it should be a bigger bill, a privacy bill, an algorithmic transparency bill. The last part is we should be able to operate in China the way they operate here. A Chinese company operates here.
All right, hold on. We got Voidnik over here causing some trouble with Woke Patriot. All right, hold on. Let me take a look at this here. Let me see. You caused some trouble, Void? Take a look. I'm reading the original study now. It's a question response from a Danish integrity. Okay, so we're talking about racism. What is it that's racist? Having a discussion about facts. I don't believe you're reading the original study. Post the link. I don't know. You can post links. Go ahead and post your sources. We have no problem with links in the chat. Woke Patriot, what's your problem with Void? What's your problem with the argument that he's making? I don't have time to read every comment. But there you go. If you want more of this information, it's really good. An amazing interview. Totally recommend you watch the whole thing. 11 minutes, solid. Punk bit. Oh, I see. We're doing the black people commit more crimes and black and brown people make your society less safe kind of shit. Is that what we're doing? Is that what I'd rather be on a bus with a bunch of migrants than on a bus with a bunch of MAGA guys, with guns. With guns. What do you think about dictator Trump? I don't like fascism and authoritarianism. Oh, you like living? You like breathing, bitch? Can I get on the migrant bus? Same here, no MAGA. I'd rather be on a migrant bus filled in North Korea. Maybe not. I see. He's pulling that. He's pulling that nonsense, huh, Woke Patriot? So, Void, are black people inherently inferior to white people? Is that what they're saying? Would you like to make your case a little clearer so that I can understand? They are not. Okay, thank you. Do black people commit more crimes than white people, or migrants, or brown people in general, people of color in general? Do they commit more crimes than white people? Are they more predisposed to ruin society or commit crime?
Stunning new details.
Is that what you're trying to say? 3 corporations own 1,900 Metro Atlanta homes. So we're moving on to the next segment here. Sorry for the break there. I don't know about black people. I've heard they smoke weed at the same rate as white people, but are incarcerated at a higher rate. Yeah, that's true. But I asked you a question. You don't know? Huh? What do you mean you don't know? Do black people or people of color in general commit more crimes than white people? So moving on to our next segment, the pro MAGA guy was talking about how, Trump is going to make his ability to buy a house easier. Like under Joe Biden, this housing, situation is completely out of control and things are going to magically get better under Trump. Meanwhile, back in reality land, wow, you would guess so, huh? Wow. Okay, but you had a caveat. You're saying it's systemic racism that's putting black people in that position. Is that what you're saying? That systemic racism, that is, inequality, inequity is putting black people at a disadvantage. I mean, does it bother you, though, that you say, I guess so, that it's not true? You are aware that minorities, especially migrants at least, commit less crime than citizens. It's usually the case across the board, by the way. But I guess so because I haven't looked into the facts. All right, Void. All right, I respect that. I respect somebody who is like, I'm not sure of everything, because I'm right there with you. I do know one thing, though, and I hope you would agree. People of color are equal to people of cracker complexion. That it's not an issue of race, which is a political construct. It's an issue of class, systemic racism, and other things like that. Integrated biases, that kind of thing. It's not that they are genetically inferior in any kind of way. And it has nothing to do with the fact that, if you're born black or born brown, you're more predisposed to commit crime. As if you've ever been poor and lived amongst poor white people, you would know full well poor white people are totally down to clown when it comes to crime. Are totally down to commit crime. It certainly has nothing to do with race. Culture plays a role. Oh, culture! I like that rap music. Yeah, I honestly, Void, I can see why Woke Patriot was shitting on you. You have some integrated ignorances. I think you have some, learning, and it honestly, I think, and I'm not saying ignorant in terms of trying to be insulting. There's things that I'm ignorant about, things we're all ignorant about, right? So I think you have some more learning to do. Please keep an open mind. I'm here to learn. Okay, that's I could deal with that. Please keep an open mind and understand that you're wrong. Some of the things you're saying is wrong. So try to keep that in mind. But let's get back to the subject at hand. So we just had this right winger in the chat talking about how Donald Trump is going to make him buying a house easier. Meanwhile, in reality land, Donald Trump is going to coddle the BlackRock multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar real estate corporations that are actively buying up any house, entire neighborhoods, entire towns, any house, any property that they can get their greasy hands on. And then, of course, are they making those prices lower? Are they bringing those prices down like the Trump supporters are fantasizing? Do I even have to say it? Arulian, no, that's incredibly bigoted. Gang culture? What do you mean, black culture? You mean black culture? Once again, go to any poor, rural, white neighborhood, and you see the exact same shit that you see in the poor, urban, black neighborhood. It's not gang culture. It's not the rap music, okay? It's a class issue. It's a class issue. Anyway, back to this. Donald Trump totally supports these multi-trillion-dollar, billion-dollar corporations that are driving up housing prices. They're basically acting like a cartel. Donald Trump has, of course, made no promises to fix this. And once he gets into office, these are the elements. These are the incredibly exploitative and oligarchs that are going to be unleashed, that are going to be allowed to do whatever they want to us. Okay, that's what Trump promises. Biden's like, well, you can do whatever you want with them, but, just a little, just be nice. Be nice when you're fucking them, right? Brush their hair when you're screwing them over, says Joe Biden. Donald Trump's like, are you kidding me? Fuck them till they're dead. Get him. Money. I'm not even being that hyperbolic. Donald Trump thinks the average person is a sucker, thinks the average person is a moron, including Mr. Cream Corn or whatever the fuck his name was in my chat there. Mr. Chess. You know what I mean? So I asked for evidence. He provided nothing and then ran like a bitch when everyone in the chat was like, you got sources on any of this nonsense that you're talking about? Cream corn, I don't know. I just insulting him. I don't know, Lenny. I'm hungry. I want cream corn. But these are the elements right here that are destroying America. And Donald Trump totally has these people's backs. Okay? Not you, the poor guy. Not you, the regular citizen. The billionaires. The billionaires. And I'm not even talking shit. There's plenty of evidence, plenty of proof to what I'm saying.
Stunning new details tonight on Georgia's housing crisis. A GSU study says 19,000 homes, not apartments, homes in the metro are owned by 3 companies. That's nearly 1 in every 9 houses up for rent, and some entire suburban neighborhoods where corporations own it all.
I love Green.
Channel 2's Michael Dowdna is live in Paulding County. And Michael, this is important because it drives up prices for everyone.
Yeah, when you're talking about tens of thousands of homes involved here, well, it can make an impact, meaning that homes that you see like this one that would originally have been a starter home about a decade or so ago are now for lease. Signs in front yards showing not a home for sale, but for rent.
Atlanta has more of these types of properties than the next couple of metro areas combined.
These properties are single-family homes owned by corporations, not people. And Atlanta is the #1 location for these houses in the entire country, according to GSU professor Taylor Shelton.
Just a decade or so ago, none of these companies even existed.
But a recent study found that just 3 companies, known to customers as Progress Residential, Invitation Homes, and Main Street Renewal, own more than 19,000 homes in the metro.
They're a cartel, and they're agreeing, they're price fixing and agreeing on higher prices and making out like bandits. And Donald Trump has their back to the hilt. To the hilt, dude.
Metro area.
The homes that most of these companies are buying are exactly the kind of starter homes that 15, 20, 30 years ago would have been first-time home buyers.
And in certain areas, these corporations can own most of the homes in a neighborhood. Take this street where every single house you see is owned by Invitation Homes, built to rent and not to buy, impacting the entire market as a whole.
And they price it. They price, okay, yeah, if you want to buy the house, you're going to have to pay an extra $300,000. No one does that, so it forces everyone to rent. Remember Davos, remember the Davos. You're going to rent everything and you're going to love it. You're not going to own anything anymore, right? Your Amazon Prime subscription is going to be for your house and your car and your entertainment and your physical possessions, your furniture, okay? That, your everything will be subscription based, and they're going to sell it to you like it's really great because, hey, when something breaks, just get a new one. You don't even have to buy another one. Good. I think I own Amazon stock. Yeah. Okay. Cat and Naranja. Yeah, there we go. Silver lining.
It makes it impossible to find a deal.
Jordana. Intentionally, by the way. Donald Trump has their back.
Haig says the end result has led to higher prices as corporations have bought up much of the supply.
Great analogy, Ponder Monkey. Rent-a-center realty. That's actually a really, really smart analogy, because if you look into the exploitative nature of Rent-a-Center, of that company and those companies that do that, those rental companies, you rent $1,000 couch, and you end up paying, way more than what the goddamn couch is worth, just trying to keep the bills up. And then actually, instead of just actually owning it.
Of homes, pushing up house prices while also allowing them to control the rent.
That's problematic because there should be more.
It's not problematic. It is destructive to the American dream.
Also allowing them to control the rent.
That's problematic because there should be more competition to keep prices reasonable.
But for others like DeMar Madison, these rental homes allow folks to try out home ownership without the full commitment.
You need a new roof? You call invitational. Tell them, hey, I need a new roof. So I think it just varies. I think it depends on the person.
This man didn't go to Davos. He didn't go to Davos. He's not bumping shoulders with Jamie Dimon and all the rest of the movers and shakers. But he gets a little higher paycheck. He gets a little bit of a better lifestyle, and he's happy to sell the will of the oligarchy right back to us, right, for a little extra. It doesn't. There's always somebody. There's always somebody who's willing to sell out for a little bit better of a lifestyle and sell us all, down the road. We see this at Amazon. We see this at Starbucks. Middle managers, people making $5 more than the people under them, happy to engage in anti-union practices, right? Because they get a little, extra bonus, or they get, they just get to impress their bosses with their willingness, but throwing everybody else under the bus, people in the same exact class level, right? Same exact people. So these people always exist, and we have to be aware of them. We have to be smarter than them. And this is where the left needs to be more aggressive. It's problematic. No. We're beyond problematic, right? These people are an assault to our way of life, to our liberty. And just casually defending it here. And we see this is, it's so funny. Like, this is exactly what the problem with media is, right? Both sidesing this. Oh, what do you mean? It's just a cartel buying up everything. You get to try out home ownership. Yeah, we're trying out home ownership because we don't have a fucking choice.
You call invitational. Tell them, hey, I need a new roof. So I think it just varies. I think it depends on the person.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever rented? Anyone in the chat ever rented? How easy is it to get your landlord to fix anything, right? Just get a new roof, huh? Yeah, just casual. Oh, hey, landlord that loves me so much and takes care of me. My roof is leaking. Can you fix it? Oh, gosh, right away. I'll be right over. Send the guy right over. That's how a normal rental relationship happens in the United States, or fucking anywhere, right? Even here in Canada. Gotta pull teeth to get him to come out there. Oh, you need a new roof? No problem. We got your back. What bollocks?
Invitational. Tell them, hey, I need a new roof. So I think it just varies. I think it depends on the person.
Now, while this study focused on just the top three corporations.
Hey, Gata Naranja, I'm really happy that your experience with corporate renting has not been a total nightmare. I assure you that's not the case for a lot of people. And I would actually venture to guess for a majority of people. But I'm happy, Gata Naranja, that your personal experience in your life, you have not been victimized by one of these corporate mafias. But I've certainly had some really bad experiences.
That own the most property. If you actually expanded that out to the top 10, well, they own more than 30,000 homes in the metro area. If you expand that beyond just the immediate metro, well, those numbers only continue to climb higher. We're live in Paulding County. Michael Doudna, WSB Tonight.
I think
yeah, let's not have a deeper discussion of what this actually. Let's not use the cartel word. Let's not call this what this is. I get it. Local journalist. But do these local news channels ever make time? Like, when's the last time you've seen any kind of debate? You know, like two intellectuals sitting across each other at a table discussing an issue of the day, right? In an open forum. Oh, we can't have that. We can't have that. It's got to be contained. The format has to be both sides. It has to be informative, but must present zero opinion on what is right and wrong. My landlord said, that's just the outside world. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, Arctic Mule. Yeah. I mean, he did say, renting from a dude can be a nightmare, Gata Naranja. But, I'm happy Gata Naranja has had positive experiences with his corporate landlords. That has not been the case for me. All right, moving on. I don't know if you saw this, but every once in a while they let shit slip. The oligarchy lets a little comment slip. Welcome back, Arctic Mule, by the way. Welcome back, Gata Naranja, by the way, as well. So every once in a while they let slip just how completely out of touch they are, just how completely beyond normal they are. So here is this CEO whose net worth, his personal money pile, is $1.2 billion. And his hot take is that the retirement age at 65, that's too low. Oh, that's really loud. Sorry, that's super loud for you, sorry. But that's too low. And this Yahoo Finance, so it's framed as kind of like, ooh, that's a spicy take, but maybe he's the maverick saying the things that we all can't, we don't want to hear, but we know is right. Right? That's Yahoo Finance. With Americans living longer and spending more years in retirement, the nation's changing demographics are putting the U.S. retirement system under immense strain, according to BlackRock CEO Larry Fink. BlackRock is literally one of these corporate real estate companies I was talking about. Buying up, literally the strategy is to buy every house or every property as much as possible. And then you bring the price up altogether. And there's no laws to stop it. It's cartel activity, it's mafia activity, and there's no laws to stop it. According to, media outlets that they own, it's actually really smart business, and it's just a really smart dynamic way to disrupt the market. One way to fix it, he suggests, is for Americans to consider working longer before they head into retirement, because that's what he does, right? CEOs are the hardest working ones amongst us, right? He's going to be working well into his and maybe that's the case. Maybe he's work obsessed. A lot of these guys like this don't know how to enjoy their life outside of work. Like the work is the enjoyment for them. The grueling, they buy a bunch of shit, but they don't enjoy it. They got a 20-year-old wife, hate her guts, can only find happiness in the toil. Maybe that's the case with this guy, but a lot of them are total fucking hypocrites. A lot of them are blazing I read 2 books a week and I get up at 5 a.m. Meanwhile, the reality, they saunter into work at 11, read a couple emails, attend a couple meetings, leave at 3 to go to their massage and their sports thing, whatever sports thing that they're into, golf or racquetball, whatever. And they get home at a nice crisp 5, 6 o'clock, right? Maybe head right over to a fancy restaurant. Oh, working so hard, right? Well, yeah, I was even working real hard in my Bahama vacation that I took 3 weeks off to go do. Anyway. By the way, guys like this, Donald Trump loves them. This is the guy Donald Trump wants to be. Okay? Ghouls, mentally ill ghouls. Totally agree, Radical. I don't need to read this whole shill article, but if you would like to, it's right here. Of course it's ridiculous. 65, the fucking retirement age should be 50. And this piece of shit happy to yank on your chain. Ugh. You should be working harder, you fucking slave. I'm only worth $1.2 billion. Those are rookie numbers. Get those rookie numbers up, bitch. That's the mentality. You want to peek into his brain? It's sheer brutality. He hates your fucking guts. And right now, he's right. He's right about your apathy and your stupidity and your inability to act and your inability to lead. Because he's winning. And to him, Trump is everything he wants. Trump is everything he wants. Interestingly, though, dickheads like this are going to be the dog that catches their own tail. You know, they think it's going to be endless profits, we get to do whatever we want, endless profits. What they don't realize is that for them to exist, for them to extract profit from a populace, they need a large and healthy and productive middle class. The exact middle class that they are latched onto and sucking dry. It's all take and no give with these guys. It's all take and no give. And that system breaks. That system breaks. I don't want to live in a world where the goddamn commies are 100% correct about late-stage capitalism and that it's going to eat itself. I'd like to believe we can find a way to reform our way out of this. To put chains around the beast of capitalism to make it work for humanity. But no, this guy will take until society has completely dissolved into chaos, and he's like, well, I got a plan. I put up some walls and I got security, and I'm gonna, I'm all taken care of. I got mine, and my family's taken care of. I got mine. I don't really care about society. I don't really care about my country. I don't really care about democracy or any of that. I got mine. He'll burn it all down. To fucking roast weenies with his goddamn pampered fucking silver spoon kids. Oh, you wouldn't believe the profit I made last year before everything went to shit.
We've had enough.
Well, this is a UK story, so this is going to go in my UK section of the World News tomorrow.
Okay.
So we got to do it, folks. Sorry, more attack from the left. I can't help myself. What is all the fucking... Can't help myself here. I got to make this a little bigger here. There we go. That over there. There we go. Already the U.S. has deviated so much from, social democracy. Got to end the bribery. I know it's lofty and everything. No, I mean the corruption. Yeah, and really, we don't even need new laws. We just need the current laws on the books to be enforced. All right, so another little bit of attack from the left here. Trump isn't winning this. This is from the CBC, the Canadian broadcasting company. Trump isn't winning this election. Biden is losing it, according to a pollster. And I believe the pollster is Luntz. Yeah, Frank fucking Luntz. So we're not going to watch the whole thing here. Because, I mean, he's a very skilled pollster, but I don't know. I'm just honestly, he's not the only pollster in existence. And it's like the entire Western media, anytime they want to talk to someone about polls, it's either Frank Luntz or some hack from 538. I don't think I don't think in the last 10 years I've seen any media organization, mainstream media organization, go to anyone else but Frank Luntz or dickheads from 538. Let's get into it. Luntz is Rovian.
Okay, we're going to focus now on the U.S. election because in just over 7 months, Americans will vote for president. And barring any stunning developments, it will be a Joe Biden versus Donald Trump rematch, and the race, it's close. Some polls show Trump in the lead. Biden touched down in New York City today, along with former President Barack Obama. They'll join another former president, Bill Clinton, tonight for a major fundraiser. It's expected to bring in $25 million, potentially the most lucrative fundraising event in American political history. Meanwhile, Trump is facing mounting legal bills as the many civil and criminal cases brought against him progress through the courts. Now, the former president is selling $60 Bibles. None of the proceeds will go towards his campaign, a campaign whose fundraising operation is reportedly falling behind Biden's. Frank Luntz is a longtime pollster and political strategist, and he joins us now from Los Angeles. Frank Luntz, it's good to speak with you.
Good to speak with you. And I saw that photograph. It's the first time I've actually seen what the Bible looks like. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to defend it.
You going to buy it?
Yeah.
Hell no. I guess I shouldn't say hell no when we're talking about the Bible, but it just, and this is what we're going through as Americans right now. Things that
he's a right winger, guys. Yeah.
We never believed would be possible, that we thought we would only see in comedies on Saturday Night Live or in the movie theater is actually happening, and it's genuinely serious because it's happening to the United States of America.
Yeah, these are very strange.
I don't know, Lenny. He makes it. There's all kinds of colors happening here and there.
Times everywhere, Frank. Very strange times in the most powerful, economically and militarily country on earth, and just over 7 months out from that big election. Polls are saying this is going to be a tight race. I mean, what are you seeing? Why is it that way?
Okay. I can't imagine us going through it for 7 months. Let's take a look at the positive for Joe Biden. The economy is getting stronger. The unemployment rate is very, very low. American confidence in the future is picking up. He's got issues of border security. He's got issues of the Middle East and China and Ukraine. So there are challenges for him, but domestically it seems to be a good time. For Donald Trump, he's beating Joe Biden on who could best handle inflation, who could best handle the economy, who's the best candidate to secure the border.
Yeah, so we saw the right winger in the chat, with no evidence, no proof, just based off of vague, not even direct promises, like vague kind of pseudo promises about, whatever it is, things will get better. The housing is gonna get better for me. That kind of nonsense. It just shows that the lies are working, and this is where the neoliberals are very comfortable and are failing us. They're not playing politics anymore. It's like I've said this before, I'll say it again. It's like they're on autopilot. Just following a playbook that a dusty playbook for the last 20, 30 years that was successful for some time and can still find success here and there, but overall is a failed strategy that is not going to be rectified, that is not going to be corrected before it's too late.
Those are the positives for Trump. The negatives are also significant. These 4 major court cases, one of them looks like it's going to start in April. It is significant.
How does a candidate with indictments on the table stacked high and trials about to begin maintain a lead over an incumbent president who's a known commodity with a pretty good economy and inflation going in the right direction? I mean,
basically asking, how are the neoliberals fucking this up? How is that even possible when your opposition looks like worse than John fucking Gotti?
In Canada, I would think all of these criminal charges are automatically disqualifying.
Yeah, in Canadian politics, that's true. Yeah, I mean, there's no character would get away with the kind of criminality that Trump has shown and still be in political life in Canada. That's a fact.
Kind of invigorating for the Trump campaign, it seems.
Well, 2 reasons. One is that Trump has perfected the victimization label. And he truly knows every time he gets indicted, his numbers go up. Every time they try to throw him off the ballot, his numbers go up. It's not Donald Trump who's winning this election. It's Joe Biden who's losing it. And every time I say this, I get texted by all sorts of very significant people saying to me, stop saying this.
Yeah. You're part of the problem. You're saying admitting there's a fault. Admitting there's a fault is worse than the fault.
Hurting Joe Biden's efforts. And it's the truth. Americans look at him. Over 80% think he's too old. Over 70% don't know what he wants to do in the future. Over 60% don't approve of his performances on the two issues that matter most.
Don't know what he's going to do in the future. That's a total failure of messaging. And that's part of that, you know, setting expectations low kind of strategic thinking, right? Well, you know, we can't promise this, we can't promise that. You know, things are going to moderately get better, but hey, at least we're not fascists.
The economy and immigration. This is not Donald Trump being strong. It's Joe Biden being weak. And make no mistake, we're going to have the most negative campaign in modern political history.
Oh, it's going to be
and
real
for every
nasty.
Canadian who's following this, don't. It's going to depress you. It's going to anger you. You're going to build a fence across the northern border of America, your southern border, to keep American politicians and American political consultants out of your country, and you should do it because this
100%.
is going to be awful.
100%. And you know, the political consultants, especially, because we do see emulation on the left and the right wing in Canada, the Trudeau party and the Pierre Poilievre party. We do see some of those failed corporatist strategies, or in some cases fascist strategies, emulated in one way or another here in Canada. And it is not, we don't want that, right? The convoy protests emulating the rhetoric of the J6 insurrectionists is a great example as well of how that MAGA shit is leaking into Canadian politics. And he's 100% correct. It's cancer. It's cancer. Vote down ballot to focus less on the presidential election. I mean, voting locally is critical.
I don't disagree with you. Every indication from up here in Ottawa, but you know how hard it is to ignore America when you're...
Okay. Yeah. We're not going to have a nice, friendly chat with fucking Frank Luntz. Are you kidding me? Kill me. But I wanted to show that, you know, the polls, you know, are basically still neck and neck. CBC is not afraid to, you know, talk a little bit about this. Hey, honey. Poor thing. Nope. All right, I can hold them. I'm actually almost done. Like actually 4 or 5 more clips and I'm done. Yeah, folks. So we are getting to the close to the end of the show here, but we got a couple more clips and then I'll be done. Frank cosplays Lex Luthor with very little effort. I don't know, Lex Luthor. You're giving way too much credit to Frank Luntz, homie. So this is an article about the Fifth Circuit Court, the right-wing Fifth Circuit Court, I believe that's in Texas, that is responsible for some of the most egregious assaults on our democracy. Let's go ahead and shift back over to the right. There we go. If you're not following politics, the things that, you know, it's too wonky, weird. The Fifth Circuit is one of the you know, conservative courts that there's these crooked folks will do some judge shopping, and they'll try to find cases that they can bring to the Fifth Circuit so that they can change legal precedent and make it make it more right wing across the board. This is part of that. You know, you're already falling asleep, right? But this is part of that strategy to churn our internal systems of justice into a partisan right-wing feedback loop. I know, Crail, sorry. Right here. I don't have time to read the article, but it is really good.
You and I talked the day...
Diabolical part. Yeah, okay. So this is important. One of the most depraved things seen in Colorado politics. This is amazing. I should show this before we leave. Okay. This is going to be the last one. Sorry, folks. We're not going to do the mass shooting update. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do the mass shooting update tomorrow. I know. It's everyone's favorite segment. But we're going to end on this clip because it's something else. There is a contingency of right-wingers that are biting off more than they can chew and are realizing just how fascist and authoritarian the direction of their party is going in. And some of them, they still have a conscience and they stand and they'll step and say something. I'm not sure if this guy is conservative, but the way that he tiptoes around criticizing the right in his diatribe, you'll see what I mean. It's like, I don't know where his political leanings are. But a lot of these guys are really coming to realize the monster that they support, the atrocious, disgusting behavior that they now fully support. So here's the final clip today. It's a 2-minute clip. It's really something else. He breaks it down. He breaks it down, and he really. It's almost like he doesn't really want to say this stuff, but he kind of has to if he wants to have any integrity whatsoever. Like even if he wants to look at himself in the mirror. And you'll see what I mean in 1 second here.
The thing about covering politics these days is that just when you think that you have seen rock bottom, somebody down there grabs a shovel and starts digging. Like yesterday, when Colorado's most powerful gun rights group taunted a state legislator whose son was murdered in the Aurora Theater shooting. This is not about gun rights. You can advocate for gun rights without being ghoulish. This is about human decency and why the group Rocky Mountain Gun Owners does not have any. This is Tom Sullivan on July 20th, 2012, as he learned that his son Alex was killed in the movie theater where he'd gone to celebrate his 27th birthday. Now State Senator Tom Sullivan. He left his Postal Service job to run for office and push for stronger gun laws. This is not about whether you agree with Tom Sullivan on guns. This is about whether you think that he deserves to be taunted about his son's murder. Rocky Mountain Gun Owners think so because when his wife, Alex's mother, Terry, dared to testify for a gun bill, Rocky Mountain Gun Owners posted, "I think Tom Sullivan is going postal." Going postal, as in flying off in a homicidal rage, a reference to the workplace shootings at post offices like the ones where Tom Sullivan once worked. Taunting the father of a mass shooting victim by suggesting that he might become a mass shooter himself. Rocky Mountain Gun Owners thinks there's an audience for that kind of ghoulishness, that it'll help them gain a following, raise money. What a low opinion they must have of gun owners to think that they want to associate themselves with that kind of cruelty.
They do.
We in the media often mention Rocky Mountain Gun Owners because of their powerful influence on Colorado politics. Seems we should mention, seems the public should hear that this is an organization that also mocks the parents of murdered children. There are gun rights groups that don't do that. This one does. And I think the public deserves to know.
So there you go. Too many cooks, kill count. That's funny. So there you go. I just wanted to end today's stream with that. I mean, really, that's damn good. I wish we'd see more of that from our local news. Taking a stand, Of course, if I saw them taking a stand for the right-wing politics, I'd be all up in arms. But I mean, honestly, I don't believe in objective journalism. I don't think that exists. This whole fake both sides, not allowed to have any opinions, not allowed to stand up for things that disgust you. Hey, Lenny, big props to Lenny over here buying a t-shirt. Probably the coolest person on planet Earth. Wearing the coolest t-shirt. Big props to Lenny. Authoritarianism is intrinsic to the right wing, seemingly. But yeah, so as you can see there, kind of the Republicans or right wingers. I don't know if that guy was right wing, but it just he was giving me like kind of like I support George Bush kind of vibes. I like Jeb Bush kind of guy. Hey, have a good one, Void Nick. Thank you so much for having the spirited conversation in the chat. I do appreciate your time here at the News Underground. Thank you for your contributions to the chat. Sorry you're butting heads so much with Woke Patriot. I do the same thing. We all butt heads with each other. That's politics, isn't it? But all right, folks. Yeah. Big props to Woke Patriot, Void Nick, Lenny especially. Lenny especially. Ice King of Space. Yeah, keep it classy, GOP. The Ponder Monkey. Oh, that's super loud. Sorry. The Ponder Monkey. Radical Static. Crail of Xanath. Big props to Crail of Xanath, who I bored to tears. I don't know why he keeps coming back. Big props to Davey and Chem Goblin in the Discord, as well as Strategy Member in the Discord. I don't think we saw them today. No problem though. Hey, you got a life. That's how it happens. Big props to Gad and Naranja. Arctic Mule, big props to you, Arctic Mule, thank you. And Gata Naranja, thank you for your opinions, and your comments, and your view. The most important thing, that view. Let's see here. Who else getting some props? Handing out them props. I gotta keep shaking my knee for my boy. Holski, welcome back. Thank you for coming in. Big props to you, Holski. Chess Baiter. Oh, Chess Baiter, where'd you go, Chess Baiter? Oh, where'd Chess Baiter go? He left. Big props to Trailhead. Big props to you, Trailhead. Let's see here. We all agreed we'd get things done. You know, I think I was getting my names mixed up. Looking at Chess Baiter's comments, I don't think Chess Baiter was a right-winger. So I apologize for I think I was thinking of someone else in the chat. You were just asking some questions about, you know, the rise of right-wing politics in Europe, which is absolutely a thing. It's not like a right-wing, it's not like a red wave, but there's definitely like some right-wing stuff there happening. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for being conciliatory. I appreciate it. It's nice to see you. Ban this man! And then you're like, okay, it's not too bad. Hey, I've been there. All right, everybody. Let's not forget, if you're interested in creating real change, there's a simple 3-step program you could follow. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a political organization in your area, a union, a politician you like, a movement that you agree with. Put your name down. The step 3, you got to put the work in. You got to put in the work. I was saying it before, I'll say it again. TPUSA, putting in the work. Steve Bannon, putting in the work. Alex Jones, putting in the work. What's the left doing? Right? We got to do more. We got to meet these people on the battlefields of politics. Multiple battlefields. Meta battlefields. Unfortunately, not enough video game battlefields. There we go. Radical Static. Thank you so much. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East and glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We're going to be covering more world news and probably Gaza. And if we have time, Ukraine, but we might have to squeeze Ukraine in on Friday. Look forward to that coming up this week. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Big props to Lenny. Thank you again, Lenny. Buying that merch. Thank you, Lenny. Ponder Monkey, thank you again. Lenny, thank you again. Woke Patriot, thank you again.
Say goodbye, Sandpoint. Bye-bye, Sandpoint. Bye-bye.
Give me a smile. Give me a smile. Give me a smile.
I gotcha. I gotcha.
All right, everybody. Have fun. Be safe.
Bye-bye.
I'm leaving on a jet plane. Don't know where I'll be back again. On a jet plane. Don't know where I'll be back again. Peace out, everybody.